Let's come to order and go on the record. Today is Wednesday, September 7th, 2020. The Missouri Public Service Commission has set this day aside to continue the hearing for the Evergy general rate cases for Evergy, Missouri Metro, that is file number ending in 0129, and for Evergy, Missouri West, that is file number ending in 0130. Both of those file numbers are ER-2022. Let's go ahead and get started. I do have a couple of announcements to make. Renew Missouri has requested and been granted to be excused for the remainder of the hearing. And MECG has requested and been granted to appear on WebEx for today's hearing. Let's do our introduction of parties for the company, please.
Roger Steiner and Jim Fisher appearing for the company.
Thank you. And for staff?
Casey Aslam for staff.
And Office of the Public Counsel?
John Kleiser.
I'm going to skip over the parties that have been excused. MECG.
Tim Opitz on behalf of MECG.
Are there any other parties that are here that I did not call that would like to be recognized as being in attendance? All right, hearing none, we will move on. I have two issues on the schedule for today. I don't have any designated time. Are we set to begin with electrification tariffs? I have picked
Your Honor.
up from an email. Yes.
The electrification tariffs have been resolved by the stipulation filed last night.
What?
Sierra Club ever?
They did. We filed it last night.
Right, okay. So, yes, those have been resolved. And then I believe, again, other people correct me, that we have a settlement, an agreement in principle as to the allocation factors and would therefore be prepared to start rate design. Sorry. I believe we have an agreement in principle as to allocation factors and that we are prepared to start rate design. I invite other parties to correct me if I've misspoke.
No, you have it right, John. That's, we haven't filed the agreement yet, but we're hope to today sometime. And we'd be ready to start with Mr. Brown on rate design issues, so.
Let's go that direction. Mr. Brown.
Well, we have mini openings.
I'm sorry.
I
Yes,
believe.
yes,
Can't
yes.
forget about mini openings.
Okay, mini opening statements. Evergy.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the commission, I'm Jim Fisher. And today we're going to be talking about rate design and class cost of service studies. And that will include the important issue of time of use rate proposals. And for purposes of the court reporter, I will sometimes refer to time of use rate proposals as just TOU. Evergy believes that optional TOU rates for residential customers are an important choice for utilities to offer its customers. And this rate offer was a foundational part of Evergy's development of tools and education that customers need to understand pricing and cost causation. Evergy currently has over 7,200 customers on its optional time of use rate, doubling its enrollment target by of 3,500 customers, as was agreed to in a 2018 rate design stipulation and agreement. Evergy is proposing to expand its existing singular three-period time-based rate to the addition of a two-period time-of-use rate and two options that include the same three-period high differential TOU rate that is designed particularly with electric vehicle charging drivers or electric vehicle drivers in mind. However, one option provides for the EV charger customer to install a separate meter to measure EV charging so that they may choose a different program that is more suitable for their whole house usage. Evergy's proposed TOU rates are designed with a price differential to incent behavior changes, and it's designed for various customer lifestyles. Brian, could you move to the next slide? In June of '22, Evergy conducted a survey of its online panel of customers to update Evergy's rate choice research. This survey, which is on the slide, is also attached to the direct testimony of Chuck Casely at Schedule CAC-5. This was an online panel of nearly 1,000 Missouri residential customers. Results show that customers are interested in more rate options. 90% said Evergy should offer more rate options, and only 9% said no. And 52% said if more rate options were available, they would very likely consider changing rate plans. In addition, this survey also gauged residential customer perspectives on the possibility of mandating time of use rates for all Missouri customers by the Missouri Public Service Commission. Nearly 3/4 of all respondents said they did not support the move toward mandatory time of use rates, and fully 95% said they preferred that customers have the ability to choose the rate plan that is best for them. I want to emphasize that. 95% said they preferred to have the ability to choose the rate plan that was best for them. Staff witness Sarah Lange recommended that Evergy's 3-period opt-in time of use rate be modified to a low differential default time of use rate. The company finds staff's proposal to be highly undesirable for any time of use rate, especially in comparison with the existing rate structures that are offered to Evergy's residential customers and were launched in October 2019. The company has embraced the time of use opt-in rate option, and through customer research and surveys, Evergy has concluded that this rate design is a good option for residential customers who choose to participate. They enjoy this rate option because it allows more control to manage their energy usage versus the standard block rate structure. Now, most time of use participants were highly successful in shifting behaviors to off-peak to lower their bill. The company has demonstrated success against all defined metrics with that time of use rate, which was designed with a significant differential in mind across 3 periods: on-peak, off-peak, and super off-peak, and by season, summer and winter. The company's TOU on-peak to super off-peak price differential is the most notable, with the on-peak price being approximately 6 times higher than the super off-peak in both seasons. And so that's what I'll refer to as a 6-to-1 differential. The on-peak to off-peak price differential is also notable, with the on-peak price being 3 times and 2.5 times higher in the summer and winter seasons, respectively. As Evergy witness Kim Winslow testifies, ultimately an ultra-low differential, essentially a non-existent differential, TOU rate as proposed by staff, defeats the fundamental purpose of a TOU rate. A 1 cent per kilowatt hour change proposed by staff would not send any meaningful price signal to the customers, such that they would be motivated to affect their usage through a behavioral change. A 1 penny per kilowatt hour change is slightly greater than a 1-to-1 differential. Staff's proposed ultra-low differential is contrary to the industry's time of use rate design that are normally used. Industry research shows that half of TOU rates have a price differential of at least 10 cents per kilowatt hour. In fact, Evergy's research indicates that Missouri's ultra-low differentials is an extreme outlier to other utilities across the country that have implemented time of use rates. To make things worse, staff is proposing that the ultra-low rate differential, TOU rate, should be a mandatory default rate on the customers. Ms. Winslow also testifies about one well-known mandatory default TOU rate that was offered by the Puget Sound Energy Company in 2001, which had a slight peak to off-peak differential. Following a backlash related to limited customer bill savings because of this low differential, the result was an immediate opt-out of 10% of the 300,000 customers, and Puget Sound terminated that program in 2002. So they tried it out, didn't find it worked very well, and they ended it in 2002. And I've already discussed the company survey results, which were on the screen, which show that customers do not want a mandatory time of use rate in Evergy service territory. The purpose of the time of use rate is to provide a price signal to create behavioral change to move certain activities from on-peak to off-peak. Staff is designing a default time of use rate that does not provide any real price signal to affect behavioral change, and it will not minimize grid impacts. Evergy believes that its approach to give customers a choice of TOU rates is a much better way than mandating an ultra-low differential that will fail to deliver on the potential of time of use plans used around the country on an opt-in basis. For these reasons, Evergy does not believe the staff's approach should be adopted, but the Commission should approve Evergy's proposed time of use rate proposals. Now, from our perspective, this issue presents a very important choice between a one-size-fits-all approach, which is just a new variation of what we've been doing for 100 years in electric rate design, or giving consumers additional choice of rate structures. Every mandatory rate has a negative impact on some customers. This is a policy choice for the Commission between a one-size-fits-all, mandating the state's judgment for all consumers, or allowing multiple rate options for customers to enroll into and pick what fits their situation best. Mr. Chuck Casely is available not only to discuss these policy issues regarding the company's rate modernization plan as opposed to a mandatory time of use approach, but he's also available to answer the commissioner questions that were posed to me in my opening on Tuesday by Commissioner Roop and Commissioner Holtzman. I believe Commissioner Roop, if I recall, asked some questions about subscription payment plans and energy efficiency and the various studies that the company's done on time of use rates. And Commissioner Holtzman also raised some questions regarding the voltage optimization studies. With that, I will conclude unless you have questions.
Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Fisher? Just a reminder.
No questions at the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. And that reminds me, we were not on the record when I made that announcement earlier. Chairman Ryan Silvey is on the WebEx, as is Commissioner Jason Holzman. Oh, and Commissioner Maida Coleman. Thank you, sir. The bench has no questions. Let's move on to our next opening statement. Staff?
Good morning. May it please the Commission. My name is Casey Aslin, and I represent Commission staff. Staff has an overall goal of streamlining Evergy's rate design. Staff recommends this case be taken as an opportunity to begin the modernization of Evergy's rate structures. To achieve this, all non-lighting rate schedules should be transitioned to simple time-based time-of-use rate structures with a plan to transition to more complex time-variant rate structures that better reflect cost causation in the future. Staff further recommends elimination of end-use distinctions in customer rate schedules with regard to appliance configurations. This process will not be revenue neutral, and the resulting revenue increase will need to be netted from the applicable revenue requirement increase for each class. Staff recommends elimination of duplicative rate codes because most are the legacy of prior territorial mergers and rate schedule consolidations that have become obsolete with the passage of time and prior rate consolidations. Staff also recommends that the residential customer charge for both utilities be established by increasing the current Evergy Missouri Metro residential customer charge by the percentage adjustment to the Metro residential class revenue requirement, rounded to the nearest quarter. Staff estimates this value to be $12. It would be in the best interest of Evergy's customers as a whole to eliminate the opt-in time of use as presently designed. Staff's proposed time of use rate schedules should be implemented on a default basis, consistent with the Ameren Missouri default time of use approach, in which a modest on-peak overlay was included in the default residential rate design, and the Empire default time of use approach, in which a modest off-peak discount overlay was included in the default residential rate design. In this case, staff recommends the Evergy Missouri Metro and Evergy Missouri West rate structures for each residential and non-residential rate schedule incorporate an on-peak overlay as a result of this rate case to operate in conjunction with an off-peak discount overlay. Staff witness Sarah Lange will be available for any questions, and I will do my best to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aslan. Any commissioner questions for staff? Hearing none, the bench has none. Thank you. We'll move on. I have Mr. Opitz with MECG.
May it please the commission, my name is Tim Opitz on behalf of MECG. I would summarize the issue we're talking about today in rate design as one, what rates should look like coming out of this case, and two, how we should approach changing these rates in the future. For the LGS and LPS classes, MECG supports continuing the current design, which includes a facilities charge, a customer charge, demand and energy charges, as well as demand and energy charges that are seasonally differentiated. When it comes to how the revenue that's assigned to those classes is built into rates, we support the company's proposal to allocate 125% of the revenue to the fixed cost components, being the customer charge and demand charge, and 75% to the variable components. We find that to be a reasonable approach and encourage the commission to do that. With respect to the commission staff's proposal for a mandatory time-based overlay on top of those existing charges for the LGS and LPS classes, we oppose that. It's our view that this approach is not tested. We need a fuller evaluation of the impacts of this overlay so that we can inform and educate the MECG companies who would be forced onto that rate. If the commission does want to see movement towards time of use rates for large general service and industrial classes, we think that it should order the company to meet with stakeholders after this case to work towards quantifying the impacts of various proposals on customers. We might not agree on what is ultimately going to be proposed by the company or other parties in a future case, but I think if we get together and are ordered to evaluate the impacts on customers for each proposal, that would go a long way in educating and informing customers about what they can expect in future rate cases. With respect to the second point of how rates should look in the future, within the company's testimony, they referenced their rate modernization plan, and they testify their goal is to implement changes in the future to simplify rate design while making efforts to moderate rate impacts for its customers, including LGS and LPS classes. MECG's witness, Kavita Mayani, responded to the company's proposals that they outlined in their direct. Again, these aren't proposals they're seeking to incorporate in this case, but wanted feedback. And our feedback is we're generally supportive of the company's approach, but we do have a few points that we would like to continue discussing with the company and evaluating to include evaluate shifting fixed costs from energy charges to demand charges, but not eliminating the energy charge differentials. Evaluate introducing an on-peak provision where the maximum demand is set in the specified on-peak hours is the billing demand for the month. Evaluate a time differentiated on and off-peak energy rate to recognize the cost differentials and provide better pricing signals than a flat energy rate. And lastly, as I indicated earlier, to set up a working group of interested stakeholders to evaluate these alternatives and assess the rate impacts. Those were our recommendations about how we should move forward in the future. Again, within this case, we support continuing the company's I'll call it the rate modernization path, but we'd like to see a little more involvement with stakeholders in the time periods between the rate cases, so that when we get to the rate case, we're not presenting each other with just competing rate designs with, no real opportunity to evaluate and educate the customers who will be subject to those rates. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Opitz. Are there any commissioner questions for MECG? Hearing none, the bench also has no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And MIEC has previously requested to have their opening statement waived on this issue. I just want to offer her the opportunity, if she is on the line. I know she was planning on joining us. Ms. Pleshy, are you on our WebEx? Okay, no answer. We'll move on to our next party's opening statements, which I believe is Mr. Kleiser.
Good morning. Good morning. I have to lean into this mic, apparently. If it would please the commission, John Kleiser on behalf of the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel. Right, so the first part of this you've already heard twice. You heard it for AMI meters on Friday of last week. You heard it yesterday for subscription pricing. The company has spent an enormous quantity of money setting the groundwork to have time of use rates. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on AMI, $300 million on a billing system, and we're in the process of spending hundreds of millions more to replace the existing AMI before they're fully recovered. If you count up all the dollars spent and factor in the impact of time, we've easily spent $500 million, if not a full $1 billion at this point, getting things ready for time of use rates. Customers need to see the dividends of this investment. They deserve to see some benefit from all of that money. That is the primary reason why we are supporting time of use rates. Now, counsel for Evergy got up here and said customers don't want a mandatory default time of use rate. Let's break down some of the problems with that. First of all, the idea that we don't want a default rate is ridiculous because you always have a default rate. Default just means this is what you get unless you opt into something else. Every customer who joins an electric utility doesn't tell the company right at the bat, I want to be on this rate or the other. They go on to the default rate, which is the volumetric charge plus customer charge, and have the option to switching to something else. The goal here for staff and OPC is to set a new default rate with a 1 cent differential at certain points in time. And the purpose of that is to get the customers acquainted to the idea of time of use rates. The company has made a huge deal about customers wanting choice. I want to stress this to you, Your Honor, and to the commissioners. These are not mutually exclusive options. It is entirely possible for the company to both have their 1 cent differential time of use rate proposed by staff as a default and to offer an optional time of use rate with higher differentials. You do not have to tell the company pick one or the other. You can, in fact, have default time of use rates and offer optional time of use rates with higher differentials. If you would like more information on the specifics of which part of the company's optional plan works best and which don't, direct those questions to Dr. Mark. But I again stress, you don't have to pick one or the other. You can, in fact, do both. Now, much was said regarding the fact that staff's proposal is only a 1 cent differential, and the company believes that this is not going to have a significant effect on customer behavior. This 1 cent differential, which I will refer to as the training wheels approach, was adopted primarily because the company has utterly failed to properly educate its customer base on time-of-use rates. In the last rate case, agreements were made that the company would spend money educating customers, and the company did, in fact, spend money, nearly $3 million, in fact, trying to educate customers. But in the opinion of OPC, and I believe staff, they have utterly failed to accomplish that goal. The result is that this 1 cent differential is ultimately the most that we think customers can currently handle. We believe, and I'm speaking here mostly for OPC at this point, that the commission should not only approve staff's 1 cent differentials, but should order the company in the next rate case to propose higher differentials. We are also asking to disallow at least $1 million, I believe that might be per company, of the education costs that were prior incurred, simply because of how poor a job Evergy did educating its customers as to time-of-use rates. Finally, we are also asking the commission to order Evergy to conduct a third-party education and marketing campaign, or to hire a third-party consultant, to perform an education and marketing campaign to, again, prepare customers in future for higher rate differentials. I guess in closing, I would just wrap up. Ameren and Empire have both already moved to default time-of-use rates. We have already spent, as I've said, an enormous sum of money setting the ground for this. There is no reason why we cannot test the waters, let customers begin to get acquainted with the concept in this rate case by offering a small 1 cent differential as a default. That will allow customers to opt out if they so choose. They can go to the average bill pay that was discussed yesterday. They can go to the company's higher differential option. They can take the EV charging rate, etc. If you don't make default here, the company is never going to move to default. Their actions have spoken far louder than their words ever could. Unless this commission orders the company, there will be no forward movement on time-of-use rates. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Kleiser? Just a reminder, it's *6 if you have dialed in on the phone. Hearing none, the bench also has no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Kleiser. Let's move on to our first witness for the company. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. The company would call Craig Brown.
Mr. Brown, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead and have a seat. Evergy?
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Craig Brown. My business address is 9400 Ward Parkway, Kansas City, Missouri, 64114.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by 1898 & Co., which is the consulting division of Burns & McDonnell Engineering Company, and I serve as a project manager in their rates and finance department.
Mr. Brown, did you cause to be filed in this case a rebuttal testimony that I'll tell you has been pre-marked as Exhibit 12, and surrebuttal testimony which has been marked as Exhibit 13? And that would be in the Metro case. Did you cause that to be filed in that case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or changes that you need to make?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions that are contained in Exhibit 12 and 13 today, would your answers be the same, and are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
Judge, with that, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 12 and 13 and tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. You've heard the motion by council. Does anyone have any objection to the admission of Exhibit 12 and 13 into the hearing record? Hearing none, it is so admitted. And I believe Evergy tendered the witness.
Yes, I've tendered him. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to cross-examination. The order of cross I have is going to be MECG, staff, and OPC. So, Mr. Opitz,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Aslan,
No questions.
Mr. Kleiser.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Brown?
No questions at the time, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. The bench also has no questions. That will take us back to redirect.
I'll take my chance. Thank you, Judge. I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you are excused.
Thank you.
Evergy, go ahead.
The company calls Bradley Lutz.
And as Mr. Lutz makes his way to the stand, I will remind him he has already been sworn in. That is still applicable. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm Mr. Evergy.
Mr. Evergy.
Well, I couldn't tell who was going to be going. Go ahead.
That could stick, Roger.
Please no. Mr. Lutz's testimony has already been entered into the record, so I tender him for cross-examination.
All right, and our aforementioned order, Mr. Opitz.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
No questions.
Mr. Kleiser?
No questions. Thank you.
Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Lutz?
Judge, I have a brief question as Commissioner Holzman.
Yes, Commissioner Holzman, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lutz. On the time of use issue dealing with the net metered customer, you mentioned in your testimony that it would require statutory change. Can you let us know what that statutory change might be and how it would differ from what's allowed in the tariff?
Yes, in my review of that statutory language, the problematic phrase is around billing period, and the way that that has been interpreted to be the 30-day period, associated with the normal billing cycles. I think some language has been drafted and floated between the utilities. I think maybe even you might be aware of some of that proposed language. But that would be the fix would be to address the billing period and insert some language that anticipated the structures associated with the time of use rate, the time period basis instead of billing period basis. And further, I would also mention, I think as part of our settlement, we've agreed to work on that with the parties.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner questions for Mr. Lutz? All right, hearing none, the bench has no questions. However, since you were asked, that will go back around. Let's do our cross-examination. My short list, I have MECG, Mr. Opitz.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel for staff.
Mr. Lutz, are you aware that staff has recommended that a statutory change is not necessary for time of use rates? For its time of use rates?
For the rates proposed by staff?
Correct.
Correct. I'm aware of that testimony from Ms. Lange, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
And redirect.
Briefly, Mr. Lutz, you were asked by counsel for staff on if you were aware if a statutory change was not needed for staff's time of use rates. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that relates to the net metering issue, is that correct?
Yes, and the ability of net metered customers to participate on these time-based rates.
Do you agree that nothing would be needed for staff's proposal?
Under staff's proposal, yes, because their approach is more about an adder than to treat the full billing under time period basis, which we have interpreted can fit within the statute.
That's all I have, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. You are excused. Mr. Steiner or Mr. Fisher?
Company called Kimberly Winslow.
And as Ms. Winslow makes her way to the stand, I will remind her she has already been sworn in. That is still applicable. You may go ahead and be seated. Go ahead.
Judge, I believe Ms. Winslow's testimony has already been admitted into the record and would tender her for cross-examination.
Thank you. And that would go to Mr. Opitz,
No questions, Your Honor.
counsel for staff,
No questions, Judge.
public counsel.
No questions, thank you.
Are there any questions from commissioners? Any commissioner question for Ms. Winslow? I don't hear any. The bench also has no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to stop for a second and make sure that I'm counting right. Do we have two more company witnesses? Okay.
Yes, we have Mr. Casely and Ms. Marisol Miller.
That sounds good. Please go ahead.
We would call Mr. Casely to the stand.
And again, Mr. Casely has already been sworn in. I'll just remind him that is still applicable. Please, sir, go ahead and have a seat. Go ahead.
Judge, the testimony of Mr. Casely has been already introduced into the record, and so I would just tender him for additional cross-examination on the issues today.
Mr. Opitz.
Good morning, Mr. Casely.
Morning, Mr. Opitz.
You testified yesterday, is that correct?
I think it was last week, actually.
Last week?
All kind of blurs together, doesn't it?
And in your testimony, you kind of lay out the plans from the company to offer different options for customers, is that right?
That is correct.
And were you listening to the hearing yesterday if you weren't here, specifically the testimony of Ms. Kramer?
I did not hear Ms. Kramer's testimony. I listened to a significant portion, but I did not listen to hers.
Okay. I'll ask it this way.
I've read her testimony.
With the company's options that it's proposing to implement in its rate modernization plan, has there been any outreach to customers to educate them or get input on those plans?
There has been.
And is the proposal by staff for a mandatory time-based adder for commercial and industrial customers associated with any of the outreach that you've done?
Is staff's proposal?
The staff's proposal, yeah.
No.
And so it's fair to say that the staff's proposal in this case is not one that commercial and industrial customers, I guess, would have been aware of prior to this case ensuing.
No, it's certainly not something, because the company isn't proposing it and the company doesn't believe in it. It's not something we would have reached out and specifically said was something commercial or industrial customers should anticipate. And in fact, what I would say is, you know, we were having dinner last night as a regulatory team after the proceedings, and we were just we were talking about how difficult it would be for commercial customers to react to something like that. You can't change when you're serving customers dinner, for example, just to shift load for off-peak, and most customers are like that in the business and commercial sense.
Okay. So I guess switching gears now, so your counsel talked about how you would talk more about the rate modernization plan, and you're aware that the company's testimony in this case asked for feedback, correct?
That's correct.
And MECG provided feedback. You understand that, correct?
Yep.
And would the company, I guess, agree to set up a working group with interested parties after this rate case to evaluate the alternatives the company is proposing in its plan, assess the rate impacts before the next rate case is filed?
Absolutely. We think that customer feedback in particular is very important in designing rates.
And so the company is open to evaluating shifting fixed costs from energy charges to demand charges?
Yes.
And you're open to evaluating not eliminating the energy charge differentials?
Yes.
And you're open to evaluating a time differentiated on and off-peak energy rate to recognize the cost differentials to provide better pricing signals than a flat energy rate?
Yeah, I mean, one of our underlying premises for this whole rate modernization plan is the idea that different customers have different needs and use cases, and to be able to send real price signals, not just an almost undifferentiated price signal, which we can get into in the future this morning, but tailoring that to different entities, whether it's different industry sectors, whether it's different classes of clients or customers, all those we think are important for a sustained modern rate structure.
So the company's not opposed to time differentiated rates. It's just that the time differentiated adder proposed by staff is not appropriate in this case.
We think, first of all, it's ineffective, and I'd love to talk a little bit more about that this morning at some point. And second of all, we think that one size fits all as a policy is not a good policy for the state. We do support time differentiated rates, whether it's time of use, real-time pricing, or a myriad of other types of rates that are being tried around the United States.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That'll take us to counsel for staff.
No questions.
Public counsel?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, and I would also like to note for the record the attendance of Commissioner Glenn Kolkmeyer. He is also online. Let's move to, speaking of, let's move to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Casely?
Judge, this is Commissioner Holzman.
Yes, Commissioner Holzman, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Casely.
Good morning.
In Evergy's opening today, they had mentioned that you were going to talk a little about the voltage optimization study that is, I believe, in a stipulation that we're unaware of. Can you talk a little bit about, and specifically, if the company is held harmless from liability without willful misconduct, according to 3.09 of the tariff, how would voltage then affect the customers if the surge itself is what caused damage but was unintentional? And wouldn't it be in the best interest of the customer that if the company has such a high standard for responsibility, that it invest in making sure that that voltage is optimized as possible?
So I think a couple of things, Commissioner. First of all, I do believe one of the more recent stipulations and agreements does address one of the voltage study issues that's out there. A couple are not. What you're talking about, I believe, would be voltage optimization and its application both generally to customers and the benefits thereof, and there's several of them, as well as your specific situation, which, while it's specific to you, is representative of things that happen on the grid on an annual basis. And so if you'll indulge me for a couple of minutes, I'd like to talk a little bit about voltage optimization. First of all, while not captured and specifically required in the stipulation and agreements that have been signed so far, Evergy is currently working on voltage optimization. Principally, where this is coming from is with the deployment of our new AMI meters, which have the ability to record and to send to us in intervals of our choosing at different levels voltage problems, whether they're swags or swells, and then communicate that both back to us as well as to interact with other equipment on our distribution service. And so what we are doing, we're doing a couple things with that. I'm sure as you know, when the company delivers power to an end-use consumer, we have what's called a utilization threshold or band of the voltage tolerance that has to be delivered to that customer. And typically what happens out of a substation is we send power out. Now, mind you, I'm not a double E, so this is kind of the layman's lawyer version of this. But the way I understand it is we send it out at the highest possible voltage from the substation, so that by the time it gets to the end of the circuit, and in some places in our rural service territory that can be a considerable distance, it's still within the utilization threshold, but it's at the lower end, which means if you're closer to that substation as a end user, you're going to have a higher voltage level than somebody, say, in a rural area or at the end. With the ability now in the new meters that we're installing that have this voltage monitoring and feedback, we can do a couple of things. One, we can spot problems where there are voltage issues a lot quicker. Before, if we had voltage issues, there wasn't a lot we could do without a lot of work to go look at those. Now, we can ping the area, we can ping the meters, and we can go in and we can see if there are issues. The second thing we can do, though, is we can work with the voltage regulators and the voltage detectors that are put out on the system to fine-tune or to optimize the voltage on a circuit, particularly where we're seeing problems. Now, that's not done in an automated fashion today. We need some additional back-end IT infrastructure to do that in a automated, kind of automatic way. But wherever we're having issues, that's something we're doing. Ultimately, we believe that we can see between 1% to 3% overall savings on circuits, and perhaps even system-wide, from reducing and optimizing voltage, with significant deployment of that. But again, that's something that depends on this mesh network and this creation or this ability to use the AMI meters to do that. Now, in your particular situation, unfortunately, after extensive conversations with our transmission and distribution team yesterday on this, they do not believe your particular situation would have been solved by voltage optimization. And the reason for that is because it's most likely caused by something we call transients on our electrical system, which is very, very short, very, very significant spikes in voltage that can be caused by a number of different things. Sometimes it's contact with a transmission line. Sometimes it's a transmission line contacting a distribution line. Sometimes it could be something like restoration, where you have a high concentration of heavy users like EVs, or you have a high concentration of distributed generation like solar. Transients can be caused by a lot of different things. Probably the most notable transients causer on our entire system is Nucor. And Nucor, we actually know that it can cause harmonics and transients issues. So there's actually something we can do, which is put in what's called a static VAR compensator, which within an electrical cycle or two, and as I'm sure you're aware, on our system, there's 60 cycles to a second. Transients is a 1 cycle or 2 cycle kind of an interruption. And static VAR compensators can actually eliminate that. Now, generally in application, those are put out where there are specific issues. And again, our voltage reading meters can point to where we're having issues in a neighborhood and perhaps, or on a circuit, and perhaps put up a static VAR compensator in the future. Obviously, where we have heavy users with big spikes in their demand, like Nucor, we are able to put those in proactively. At the end of the day, however, through most of our service territory, transients is something that happens so quickly that without other proactive equipment like a static VAR compensator, even voltage optimization isn't going to completely eliminate that risk that you're talking of.
Now, on the AMI meters, is there any benefit of those for this transient issue? Because obviously outages are going to happen. I mean, it's just part of it. And then restoration is what was believed, the restoration surge is what was believed to cause the damage to the equipment. So I know we had a whole discussion on surge protectors a few months back. Is the surge protector the only device that would potentially protect against this transient issue that you just spoke of?
So that would probably be the most cost-effective thing for a consumer, both surge protection at the meter, which we offer and others offer as well, and we actually, for sensitive devices behind the meter or that are plug-in, again, we recommend plug-in surge protection as well, particularly on computer systems, TVs, things like that. Where the AMI meters with the voltage detection and reporting could potentially come into issue is as we start to see greater saturation of distributed generation, which we believe is going to occur, as we start to see greater saturation of 1- and 2-car EV charging homes, which we believe is going to occur probably more rapidly than anything else has occurred in the last decade, over the next 5, 6, 7 years, we could start to see some voltage issues in neighborhoods and on circuits that were not originally designed to have that kind of concentration of heavy users or heavy solar generators. And as that occurs, we will start to see voltage differences, and that's where those AMI meters will come in. We'll be able to use those AMI meters and the voltage detection within a circuit to see where issues are starting to occur and start to proactively either optimize the voltage in there, or in some cases, there may be things that we have to deploy to help deal with that at a circuit level.
Okay, speaking to the tariff, with such a high standard of willful misconduct, which clearly would indicate intent, what, from a customer service standpoint, when you have damage occurred due to a surge, what is the company's percentage of time that they actually assist with the customer on a clear surge incident?
So I think
how often the company actually assists with customers who have this circumstance?
So I don't have the number of claims and the payout percentage off the top of my head today. That's something that we absolutely can give the commission and would readily disclose. I think, though, from a customer service standpoint, I think we think about it as a couple of different ways. Clearly, I mean, there are surges that happen on our system, and particularly transients that happens on a daily basis. There's not a day that goes by that we don't have surges caused by somebody running into a pole and an outage, or restoration in an area where for example, if we restore power in the middle of a peak time and everybody's air conditioner kicks back on again. If we have a transmission line come into contact with distribution facilities, there's just a myriad of things, almost an endless number of things that can cause those surges. If it's during a storm or a restoration, that's not something that we would generally compensate for. And if we did, that would be an incredibly expensive issue that would ultimately be reflected in rates. That said, where we have situations where we clearly could have maintained equipment better, even though it doesn't necessarily rise to the level of willful or negligence. If there are times where we do something and it doesn't work out the right way, it causes a surge, which causes damage. Those are times where even if it doesn't fit into the four letters of what the statute or the rule requires, we still try to give the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes that is awfully hard to see or to prove or to understand. And so again, the level of telemetry and analysis that we have from AMI meters should help with some of those cases and being able to ferret out what really happened. Not always, though.
So then this leads me to my last question. If these transient events, the surges due to storms, all of these issues are known, and the surge protection program is an optional purchase money add-on program, why wouldn't the company move towards surge protectors being just a integral part of the infrastructure that is necessary to the end consumer?
That is something that we wouldn't have an issue with. If the commission wanted to consider adding surge protection as a standard part of service, I think that's something that absolutely could be considered in the future. It's something that isn't now. It isn't part of, it's not in our cost of service, but it's something we could certainly look at and are certainly willing to look at. And I think as a general rule, as we go further and further into a time when technology and analytics can give us more information and better operation of the grid, I think we're going to start seeing, a lot of different equipment be discussed as potentially necessary for a resilient and a healthy grid. Again, I'll give an example. Right now, you have lightning arresters across a significant part of or all of our substation and transmission system, but we're not putting out distribution level static VAR compensators almost at all. That's something that we may decide in the future is necessary, particularly with some of the emerging technology around distributed generation, and as we look at retrofitting the grid for more concentrated EV charging. So I think what was good in 1950 or what was considered good in 1950 may not be good, and we were certainly open to looking at things like surge protection as part of service and many other things.
Thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. Are there any other commissioner questions for Mr. Casely? All right, hearing none, you'll have to go through recross and redirect anyway. So I just want to clarify, EE, electrical engineer?
That's right. I'm not an engineer.
Thank you. Just wanted to get the abbreviation. I really want to compliment OPC and staff from the day I was out for catching those abbreviations and getting them on the record. I have no more questions. Let's go back to recross. Mr. Opitz.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Haslam?
Mr. Casely, are you aware of, in the Missouri Public Service Commission rules, a rule in Chapter 10 that requires utilities to maintain voltage within a certain range?
Yes.
And when you were answering questions from Commissioner Holzman, you were mentioning voltage optimization studies. You used the terms swag and swell. Could you define those?
Yeah, and I probably, swag, I meant sag. If I said swag, I apologize. Hanging around my 15-year-old son too much, who uses that word quite a bit. So it's sag and swell, and sag would just be voltage that is, goes below the utilization threshold, or a swell, which is something that would go above.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. That takes us to Office of Public Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Casely.
Good morning.
Obviously, you just had an extended conversation with Commissioner Holzman regarding voltage optimization. I assume you recall that.
Yeah, I do. At least so far.
I'm going to briefly read you a passage from the direct testimony filed by Dr. Jeff Mark. As it stands now, consistent with stipulations and agreements entered into by both OPC and staff from the most recent Ameren, Missouri and Empire District electric rate cases, I recommend that the Commission order Evergy to issue a request for proposals for an independent, third-party consultant to conduct a study of its distribution system designed to gauge the costs and benefits of a voltage optimization program in both Evergy Metro and Evergy West service territories. And for the record, that is, I am quoting from the direct testimony filed in case number 0130, which is Evergy West, page 28, lines 2 through 7. My question to you, quite simply, is the company currently intending to issue a request for proposals for an independent third-party consultant to conduct a study of its distribution system designed to gauge the costs and benefits of a voltage optimization program in both Evergy Metro and Evergy West service territories, as Dr. Mark recommends?
We are currently proactively and actively looking at voltage optimization across our distribution system. And so, no, we are not planning on issuing an RFP to get a third party to come in and help with that. If, as we go forward with this, that is something that is necessary to do, or we think 1898, Burns and McDonnell, Brattle, any of the folks that we work with on a consistent basis have something to add, we would bring them in. I would say that with respect to our distribution system generally, its operation, its efficiency, its resiliency, all of those things, we are in ongoing conversations, not just about voltage optimization, but a host of other things. And I understand that from the public counsel's perspective, more independent is good, and thoughts are necessary. But we've got a host of folks who are experts in this and who are working on things like this and this every single day.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. That'll take us to redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Let's continue that discussion about voltage optimization for just a few minutes. Staff counsel pointed out that there are requirements in Chapter 10 of the Commission's rules. Is surge protection an industry-wide issue, do you believe?
Yes.
And if the PSC rules require voltage, have voltage requirements, would it make sense for the Commission to look at those kinds of issues on an industry-wide basis, perhaps in a rulemaking or some other working group?
Certainly.
You were also asked some questions by public counsel about an RFP. Would one of your other witnesses in the company, Kayla Messamore, would she also be a good person to indicate what options there might be for that kind of a study, or how to approach that?
Yep, and she would have more information generally about what it is we're doing in all of these areas.
Is it your understanding she's scheduled to appear tomorrow?
That's my understanding.
Okay. You mentioned cars running into poles. Are squirrels a problem sometimes in your areas?
Squirrels, snakes, raccoons, birds, all of those things get into our equipment. And in fact, there's even a staff witness that talks extensively about squirrels in our system.
Okay.
Let's
Let's go back.
My apologies.
Let's,
I just got corrected by Mr. Kleiser here.
okay. Let's go back to your questioning by Mr. Opitz about the C&I customers. And do you recall having a conversation about whether you think the C&I folks are aware of the possibility of having mandatory time of use rates?
Well, again, it's not something that we talked to or advocated for with our customers. In this particular situation, I think there's a mischaracterization of our position. We are not against time of use or price signals for time. We are merely saying that from our perspective and from talking to customers, instead of changing the default rate, we go to a myriad of different price signals and a myriad of different rate options to address grid efficiency and to address kind of a modern grid, rate modernization. That's why we call it rate modernization. So no, I don't think those customers are anticipating that. I don't think that it's something that they are well equipped to react to. When we have talked to customers and industrial and business customers about rates, most of them do not respond to price signals unless they're really, really severe. So let me give you an example. We have talked to some of the auto manufacturers in Missouri, as well as large industrial customers that refine, make cement, or also the aerospace industry in Kansas. I know that we're in Missouri, but in Kansas we've got large manufacturers as well. They make equipment 24/7 a day. And so if you raise the price for them on a peak time period, they are not going to stop making what they're doing. If you're a business customer, you're not going to stop selling beer or greeting cards or groceries between 3 and 8 o'clock because you send a price signal. In fact, those are some of the most lucrative times when people get off of work. And so we don't believe that forcing those customers into a default rate when they can't do anything about it or they can do very little about it is the right way to go. The only time we see these customers stopping or curtailing or really reacting to a price signal is in a situation like Winter Storm Uri, where, for example, natural gas got so high and so cost prohibitive that companies like Ford Motor Company shut down production, because to continue production, even with firm natural gas, would have put every F-150 off the line underneath what they could sell it for from a cost of goods sold. And so we don't believe for commercial customers, for business customers, this is right. We don't think they're expecting it. We don't think that it is something they'll be able to react to. And frankly, the same thing is true for residential customers. When you look at mandated time of use or opt-out time of use across the United States, several things are clear. One is that it's not as effective in most of the goals that this commission has articulated, whether it is behavioral change, savings, grid optimization. Brattle Group, one of the folks that did that informed our rate modernization in February of 2021, did an entire landscape of the body of time of use rates and found that, again, savings, knowledge, behavioral change, grid effectiveness, all less under the less than a half a dozen jurisdictions that have mandated time of use. So if that's what you're going for, that's not going to be achieved by a mandated time of use. And for industrial and commercial customers, it's something that is very difficult to actually respond to and react to. And again, I would encourage everybody to look at the Brattle study that was attached as part of the work that we did for rate modernization. It paints a very clear picture as to the effectiveness of mandated time of use in the very few places that it's happened in the United States versus programs like ours with a bigger price differential, bigger price ratio, like a 6-to-1 in the summertime or 4-to-1 in the wintertime.
Mr. Opitz was asking you about the education and outreach of C&I customers. What outreach has occurred and what education has occurred with your other classes?
Yeah, I'm going to object. That's outside the scope of the cross questions, as he self pointed out. The cross was directed at C&I customers. We don't need additional discussion of non-C&I customers.
Judge, it went to education of what he's doing with his customer classes.
I'll allow it.
So both residential and business or commercial and industrial classes were part of our AMI education and outreach campaigns. I think one of the biggest misconceptions and probably most unsupported positions that have been taken in this case is that our outreach was not effective in this area. So let me just give you some facts instead of assertions. We presented, I believe, 8 times to parties on TOU. At least 3 of them explicitly had times where we carved out very specific times and purposeful about what we were going to do, both to market and to educate. In those presentations, we didn't get feedback that was negative or other suggestions from parties that would alter what we did. Now, having said all that, the assertion's been made that we do not have good customer awareness, and Ameren and Liberty have been held out. So, year-to-date, J.D. Power and Associates, which now adds customer awareness about TOU onto all of its surveys and has done this since the end of 2019, which is about the time that we embarked on this process, just came out with its second quarter results. For the second quarter, Midwest large utilities, Evergy is ranked number 3 year-to-date in 2022 in terms of general customer awareness about and the attributes of time of use rates. That's higher than Ameren, that's higher than Mid-American, that's higher than Xcel, that's higher than DTE, it's higher than all of those companies, and Ameren and Xcel have the mandated time of use that staff and OPC tout. In addition, if you look at that same data set, again, an independent, well-known third party, we were number 2 at the end of 2021, and our awareness from customers from the time that we started our education on time of use till today has more than doubled. More than doubled. So in the Midwest, we have what is top quartile awareness, better than others that use mandatory time of use rates, and have doubled our awareness amongst customers. Having said that, I don't think any of those customers, particularly the business customers, are ready for a mandatory time of use. And when we ask our customers specifically about it, Mr. Fisher, you gave in your opening what the statistics are on that.
Okay, I was going to ask you, did your outreach include surveying your own customers to get their feeling, not your own feeling, but their feelings about how they felt about rate structures and options and choices?
Absolutely.
For the record, I'd like to renew my objection. This is far outside the scope of the cross-examination.
It's all going to education and outreach, Judge.
The specific cross-examination was exclusive to issues related to C&I.
I see Mr. Kleiser's point. Personally, it sounds a little repetitive to me, but if we're about finished, I'll let it wrap up.
I'll change to a different subject, Judge.
Excellent.
Thank you. I believe in answer to one of the questions, you indicated that I believe I got it right. Different customers have different needs. What did you mean by that?
Well, look, one of the things that we have, if you're going to change the default rate, meaning something that customers exists today, there's no penalty for using electricity at different times. If you are going to change, I'm sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Yeah, the question was, you said that different customers have different needs.
Sorry.
And I asked you just,
Yeah.
what did you mean by that?
So if you're going to change a rate, as multiple parties have pointed out when we talked about subscription pricing and other things, if you're going to change a rate, there are always people who will do a little bit better and a little bit worse. So we are not in favor of one size fits all, because when you have one size that attempts to fit everybody, there are always going to be people whose lives or businesses cannot adapt. You can always come up with a hypothetical. You can always come up with a reason. So, or an example of somebody who doesn't do as well under a new default rate. So we would like to keep the default rate as it is, but then offer multiple different choices that fit and tailor to different circumstances, whether they're residential or business. Mr. Opitz gave a lot of different examples of how that could be approached on the business side, which is why we do not want something that is one size fits all, because one business, one industry doesn't fit the same rate. And going forward, the trend across the United States markedly is not to go to new mandatory time of use or time price signal rates that just one size fits all, but a host of different rates that fit different business needs, all within the purpose of using new technology, using new data analytics, using new communication, and reflecting things like EV, distributed generation, things like that. The answer across the United States is more. All of the above, not one. And certainly not one that has a very low differential, that doesn't even achieve the things that are laid out as goals of the state and goals that this commission has articulated.
More choices? Is that
More
what you mean?
choices.
Okay. I believe you said that the company is not opposed to TOU rates. Is that right? Do you recall that?
Yep, that is correct. That's why we're offering 5 in this rate proceeding.
But I believe you said that some are ineffective. What did you mean by that, ineffective?
Well, so a couple of things. First of all, again, and this is informed by the Brattle study that was given to us looking at TOU across the United States in February of 2021. It's attached to multiple, I think, DRs and multiple witnesses here. But they showed that mandatory time of use rates, in general, have lower understanding from customers with respect to what the rate is and how it works on them, lower behavioral change and therefore lower grid impact, higher attrition than opt-in rates or non-mandatory rates, and a lower percentage of customer savings. So in general, we don't like mandatory because it's not as good as things that people opt into and really understand. From our perspective, and what the studies bear out, is the biggest single factor that affects somebody's behavioral change in a time of use rate is the ratio of the price between off-peak and on-peak. And for staff's plan that we're talking about mandating in this case, it's almost a 1-to-1, where just the original programs that we did coming out of the last case, and that we have more than 7,200 folks enrolled in today, are 6-to-1 in the summertime and 4-to-1 in the wintertime, and have demonstrated significantly better behavioral change and knowledge and savings than a 1-to-1 or a mandated, very little difference time of use rate.
Well, if the company's not opposed to time of use rates, why are you concerned about this mandatory default low differential rate that's being proposed in this case?
Because we think some people fall through the cracks, and we think in general people ought to have choice to tailor their rates and tailor their usage to what fits them, particularly with business and commercial customers where you can't change your operations to match time of use, but absolutely for residential customers as well.
Well, if the company supports time of use rates for those people that want to get on a time of use rate, do you see benefits to the customers?
Absolutely. And let me give you a great example. I'm probably a candidate myself for time of use rates. But that's because I'm highly educated. I live in a single family home. I can take a lot of different actions with disposable income, whether it's to automate, get on the internet, use the rate modeling programs that we have on our system, and choose a rate that I can really react to. My kids are basically out of the house now. And so time of use rates fits me really well. And the greatest future for time of use rates is in automation, right? Appliances, EV charging, things like that will automatically adopt. Well, who does that favor? That favors people with disposable income. That favors people with lifestyles that match time of use. You know who it hurts, mandated time of use? It hurts people who don't have the ability to do that, who work multiple jobs that don't conform to those time periods, that have lots of kids in the house, that may not have the automation or the efficiency that other folks do. So there's an equity issue when you say we're going to mandate this for everybody, and it's significantly different than a default rate that somebody doesn't have to consider that now. And I'll say one other thing about that, which is I get it. Today, the story is that it's roughly 1-to-1. There's very little change. So let's just move that way and it'll be better. Well, I just gave you stats that awareness, not better, right? Utilization and benefits, not better. And OPC and staff admit in their openings and in their testimony that they want to move to a higher differential. This is just the first step. So I think there's a significant equity issue here and would encourage the commission not to look at something that could be mandated and ultimately hurt consumers.
Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Casely.
Thank you, Mr. Casely. You are excused.
No, Judge, this is Commissioner Holzman. I have a follow-up based on that exchange.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Holzman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Casely, OPC has said in their testimony that the money expended leading up to this could be upwards of $1 billion, and there were a couple specific study costs that were given. Would you say that's a fair characterization of how much money has been spent getting to this point?
No. So I believe the first characterization was hundreds of millions on AMI. To get to hundreds, plural, you'd have to have at least a couple hundred at a minimum. And all in, if we continue full deployment of the current system we have, it'll be at about $180 million. Now, it is true that our CIS system, and not just what we called our CIS program, our Customer Information System redo that took place over a series of about 6 years, all total, all jurisdictions, not just Missouri, we're talking 2 jurisdictions, 3 jurisdictions in 2 jurisdictions now in Kansas because 2 have been consolidated, 2 jurisdictions in Missouri. So not Missouri jurisdictional, but all of it is a little in excess of $300 million. But here's the thing, where we differ with Office of Public Counsel and sometimes staff, mostly Office of Public Counsel, is the notion that the only reason and the only use of that is to enable mandatory TOU. Do you know there's not a regulatory jurisdiction in the United States that we can find that has held that? There are only 6 jurisdictions in the United States that we see right now that have a true mandatory time of use as a default rate. And so the notion that the only value and the only way to get out of that is to have mandatory time of use rates is not supported by the record nationally, not supported by the testimony that we've put in here. And I'll say one other thing, since you brought up this issue of hundreds of millions of dollars and time of use. We are not against time of use. We believe in grid efficiency. We believe in sending price signals. We just don't believe that a mandated, very low threshold moving to a higher threshold time of use is the solution here. And neither do most jurisdictions in the United States. So to say, and this has been alleged time and time again, to say that there have been 14 studies and that we're stonewalling on this issue is absolute hogwash. And if you look at what OPC has put forward, specifically Dr. Mark, he lists 12 studies. Those 12 studies go back as far as 2010. Most of them, over half of them, have nothing to do with time of use rates, but are things like the Green Impact Zone in Kansas City, where time of use rates also ran. It was a tiny part of it. Or energy efficiency potential studies for IRPs, where of course you're going to study time of use rates, but it's not time of use rates and its application to a full time of use rate and mandatory time of use. This commission, starting, I believe, in our 2016 rate case, asked us to look at time of use and said that they were interested in potential time of use as a mandatory. At that time, we said 2 things. 1, we don't believe mandatory would be good. 2, we don't want to go to mandatory right now because we're in the middle of a customer information system redo. And 3, we will study it. Since that time, we've done 2 studies out of both rate cases, and one of them resulted in implementing the time of use rates we have today. We are at a little over 2% of our Missouri jurisdictional residential customers, 7,200 right now, are on time of use rates. They are at differentiated time of use rates. They are showing better savings. They are showing better effectiveness than what staff has proposed and OPC supports. And those have been used to inform 4 other rates that are opt-in, as well as a host of other rate modernization that we're doing in this area. We are not stonewalling. That is a story that the great storyteller himself, Donald Trump, would be proud of. Just repeat it and maybe it's true. Well, it's not true. And what the OPC has put out in testimony, that 12 going back to 2010 is evidence of stonewalling, is utter hogwash. We are for rate modernization. We are for grid efficiency. And we are in the mainstream of what is going on around the United States on a host of these issues, where there's only a handful of jurisdictions that are doing mandatory opt-out time of use rates.
So if mandatory time of use rates are not adopted, do you believe that the value of the $300 million it has been delivered to the customer? And because that's the testimony there is that all this money has been spent, and if time of use is not mandated, then the customer is not receiving the return on investment for that money. How would you characterize the money that's been spent and the return on investment for the customer if time of use mandates are not implemented?
So all of both systems that you talk about, Commissioner, AMI, as well as all of the IT systems that were swapped out as part of our customer information system revamp. So that includes meter data management, that's Data Raker, that is the ability to notify customers, that is our ability to restore during storms, that is outage maps. I mean, there's a list of, I think, 27 plus discrete IT systems, not just billing, but 27 discrete systems that modernize the entire infrastructure of our utility that was done over 6 years. They're already playing out. We have been able to reduce hundreds of millions of dollars as a result of implementing those systems over the last 5 years. We have increased, AMI and CIS together are increasing safety, reducing cost. There is significant grid automation. One of the things I find incredibly ironic out of all this is if you look at the report that we gave this commission as to the results of our TOU program so far, you will see incredible engagement with the very system that we're talking about here on time of use rates. One of the things we would do, and is enabled by this system, is to send customers emails, and those emails would become a time of use rate coach. We have industry-leading interaction with our portals just in this area. So for example, you get an email. Now an industry average for opening something like that is in the 10% range. Our customers, when we marketed to them, because we did such a good job targeting them, again, all of that's in the information that's been provided to the commission, the open rates are between 45 and 60%. And then significant engagement with the rate modeling, rate comparison tools that are on our portal. Nowhere does OPC talk about that, but you know what? We got 50% plus people interacting with them, and 63,000 hours of interaction on those systems. That's just one example of what the portals can do. If you don't have, OPC witnesses are real worried about going away and just providing customer service online. 64% of our customers choose to do it online. Again, that is consistent with the top quartile, if not top decile in the United States, but they're concerned about that. Well, those same systems give all of our CSRs the ability to verbally go through rate modeling with customers when they call in. So nobody is left behind. I could go on literally all day about the value that CIS and AMI provide. I won't do that, but nowhere in the United States is CIS and AMI investments justified on a mandatory time of use rate, and we are already earning back for customers value in safety, cost, grid operations, and a host of other things.
Does Evergy have a mobile application where the end user can check, view, control, interact with the company?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, we just put in a second generation app for approval last week. to Google and Apple, so that a lot of this stuff will now be available on mobile phones and other mobile applications. Again, that gets back to some of the very investments we're talking about making in this case, and we've actually settled on, but will allow us to use our CIS system to rapidly deploy things like mobile apps and then rapidly deploy enhancements to them over the coming years.
You're at 2% penetration right now with 7,200 end users. If mandated TOU is not adopted, what penetration do you foresee in the next 1 to 3 years, on your own accord?
Well, I would, we probably should talk to another witness about if we've modeled out what to expect. But we are committed to significantly and aggressively marketing every rate option that we have away from just the default rate because of the benefits it has for customers. And to put in perspective, though, where we are today, 7,200 doesn't sound like very much, but it's 2% of Missouri jurisdictional customers and growing every single quarter. Again, February 2021 Brattle survey said 60% of the investor-owned utilities across the United States had less than 1% of their customers enrolled in time of use rates where it was available. 75% are 3% or under. So we are already trending to be outside of that, and I would expect over the next year or so, if we get additional options and the accounting treatment we've asked for in order to market to customers is accepted, I would expect that number to considerably grow and put us in the top quartile of utilities, if not higher than that. And the other thing I would say is that number of the average is about 3%, but that's skewed by about a half a dozen or more companies that have mandatory use rates. If you took all of the mandatory time of use, mostly in California, a little bit in Michigan, and a little bit in Colorado, if you took those out of the equation, the average across the United States would be much lower than 1%. So we're already doing well. We want to get better, and the trend is more options, not less, more options, not mandatory.
Because time of use, it has a behavioral component to it. Is there a model or a circumstance that you have come to where you would support? If you're not seeing the results, the education, the marketing is not penetrating the market to the extent that you want to see that behavior change, is there a circumstance that you would support mandating some form? I guess maybe ask the question this way. Are you opposed to all mandating, or are you opposed to a mandating that is a one-to-one exchange?
We don't like a one-to-one exchange for sure because it's not effective. We don't like a one-to-one exchange because it trains somebody on something that even advocates for the rate, a mandatory rate, say needs to be ratcheted up and changed. So if you are not actually teaching the behavior that you're seeking to get in the future, then I'm not sure why you would start there. Are we against a mandated rate? No. One of the things that Office of Public Counsel said in their opening, which is undeniably true, is we have default rates today. When you become a customer, there is a default rate that you get into. So having a default rate is not something in and of itself that the company opposes. What we do oppose is changing that rate when most other jurisdictions aren't, when the rate that is being proposed is not as effective as what the other rate options that the company is proposing, and when there isn't an overwhelming immediate, as in today we've got a problem on the grid, motivating factor. So let me give you an example about that. In California, I just read this morning where during peak time periods, they don't think they can support energy usage. Okay, that's California. We are years away from that, under 99% of our normal operating conditions, and are continuing to build and to use energy efficiency and a host of other things to mitigate that, whether it's time of use for EV charging, whether it is implementing a DERM system that hopes to utilize AMI, utilize some of the grid automation we've put out there and manage the grid proactively. We are ahead of the game here in Missouri, and there's not an impetus today to change. If the situation changed, sure, but we're not there yet. And our belief is that right now, if we offer people options and try a whole bunch of other things, that we can get to, we don't necessarily ever have to get to a point where we change that default rate. If we do, though, it'll be after years of people really understanding and choosing rates that make sense for them. They'll be more effective, they'll be more comfortable, and there'll be more satisfaction with it.
If the one-to-one mandate were to be enforced, do you think the greater percentage of customers would pay more or less over a given annual cycle?
You know, I would hate to go back and look at, there's a whole bunch of analysis that's been done. I think it's roughly revenue neutral. So this is not something that we are necessarily fighting on an economics ground. I do think, though, that there probably are some minor winners and losers in this. And again, I think it disproportionately will skew towards people who aren't able to, either financially or job-related or family situation, change their behavior. Again, it's not hard for me to change my behavior. That's why I would probably opt into a time of use rate like this were it available in Kansas. I can automate. My house is already relatively automated. My appliances can, some of them can take time of use signals and settings. So there is a high degree of desirability for something like this with me. Why not concentrate on the people like me, on the people, most of whom are sitting in this room today, who can do this now, rather than mandating somebody who works 2 jobs, lives in an energy inefficient house, doesn't have disposable income, and this is going to cause stress and worry too. They're not going to understand it. It's not going to be sending real price signals, and the opportunity to lose, even if just a little bit, is an equity issue.
I appreciate this exchange very much. And the last question I have will be focused on the environmental impact. Obviously, if behavioral changes do occur, you would hope that the behavior would skew towards less consumption and more conservation. Do we have modeled studies to what the end, I guess, carbon footprint would be if time of use was mandated across the service territory as opposed to just the 2%?
So I don't know the answer if there are studies in this that look specifically at carbon. I will acknowledge that if you mandate a time of use across residential and business customers, there is more aggregate, at the aggregate level, there is more behavioral change than something where you opt in and the numbers are significantly lower. So at an aggregate level, there would be more behavioral change. On an individual level, however, meaning the people who are enrolled in an opt-in versus an opt-out, there is dramatically more behavioral change, savings, and the attenuated environmental benefits from going to an opt-in rather than an opt-out. And we would rather grow in that environment than we would, say, today, get very minimal change, but at a aggregate level, something a little bit more. In other words, we really do want to move towards educating people and to changing behavior and to driving awareness. And there is absolutely, positively no evidence that a party in this case can show otherwise, but that is done better at an individual level under an opt-in situation where the price signals are greater and the ratio is greater between off-peak and on-peak.
So one of the terms that we often use in the legislature is the sunset, to give a program an opportunity to play itself out to see how well it does, and then the sunset allows for a revisit. In this circumstance, it would be another rate case coming forward. What do you think is the appropriate time to see if the marketing and the education will increase that 2%? How long do you think the company would require before you can suggest that that is or is not working strategy?
Well, Commissioner, I think it's proper for the commission to look every single time we come in for a rate case at these issues. I think it's something that we should evaluate on an ongoing basis, and it's something that the company looks at an ongoing basis. And again, you can point, there are all sorts of, people can always point to aggregate results that are higher when everybody has to do something. We would rather go for better results on an individual basis now and work with customers rather than mandate something. At the end of the day, if that's not working, if we are not at or above peers who have opt-in, for example, on time of use, if the other rate structures that we're proposing and hopefully we'll get approval for, aren't effective, then of course we have to go back and evaluate the situation. And again, our position today isn't our position forever. That would be a foolish position to take.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you very much for the testimony. Judge, I am no more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. I do intend to go back through, recross, and redirect, and I do want to limit that just to the exchange between the commissioner and the witness. However, the judge really needs to stretch his legs.
Your Honor,
Yes.
did you have cross? Did you?
Excellent.
I don't either.
I was a little timid to ask that question. Thank you. We don't have any cross, so let's stay here for a second.
Would you like some redirect?
Yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you, Judge. Let me go to, let's see, Commissioner Holzman was asking you about the study costs and the $1 billion that was discussed. Does your direct testimony go into great detail about the investments that this company has made in things like reliability, customer service, and sustainability?
Yes.
He also asked you about the environmental impacts and carbon footprints particularly. I don't know, did you happen to hear the opening statement the company counsel gave where he included a slide about those topics? Or let me ask it this way, are you aware that Evergy has a record of emissions reductions?
Yes. Significant.
And that I think the slide showed that carbon was down 46%, CO2 was down 98%, and nitrogen oxide was down 88%. Are those consistent with what you understand the record has been?
Yes, I believe, absent maybe one investor-owned utility in an adjacent state, nobody has reduced carbon more over the last 10 to 15 years than Evergy has.
And is it true that Evergy is targeting a 70% reduction of carbon by 2030?
Yes, and net zero by 2045.
Okay.
But we would not take any action that would be countervailing to that, because that is a plan and a goal we have put out there.
He also asked you about sunsets in the legislature. Would the company be willing to sunset some of your programs, maybe the pilot program we talked about yesterday?
As I said, we're willing to look at changing programs every single time we come in here. We think that's part of a vibrant and good conversation with stakeholders and the commission. Our situation is not static, and our programs and our rates shouldn't be static.
You talked about with Commissioner Holzman about the benefits of AMI. You discussed those in your testimony too, your written testimony, is that right?
That is correct.
And you do that at quite some length.
Yes, I believe in direct rebuttal and surrebuttal, all of them.
Yeah, I think you mentioned both AMI and the CIS system. Why is CIS upgrades needed to implement time of use?
Well, so, I mean, all of our legacy companies that make up brand name Evergy had 20, 25, 30-year-old billing systems, customer information systems, and a variety of other IT backbone that supported grid operations. So it was unsupported. From a security perspective, it was less than optimal. In many cases, some of the original software providers were no longer in business, or their successors didn't support it anymore. And so we had to redo everything. Outside of anything else, we would not have been able to continue to support the billing systems and the grid operation systems that we had. It had to be done.
I actually meant to ask you, what other benefits besides TOU would the CIS upgrades provide?
Oh, they're myriad, and again, as you suggest, they're replete in my testimony. But again, just to mention a few upgrades to our customer portals and the way we interact with customers online, notifications. There is a ton of automation around processes that have allowed us to reduce costs. There's a ton of automation and AI that goes into this when you interact with the grid, so grid planning, reliability, the way we actually approach transmission and distribution planning and resiliency and reliability, safety, grid automation. I mean, when you talk about CIS, what we called customer forward, it's not just the billing and customer information system, but again, 20, 26, 27 discrete items that go all the way over onto the operations side as well.
Judge, I appreciate the testimony and particularly the questions from the bench and the commission. I have no other questions.
Thank you. We are going to take a break here. Mr. Casely, you are excused. Thank you, sir. Let's come back. It is 10:17. Let's call it 10:30. 10:30. We are at recess. Send off the record.
Let's go back on the record, recess having expired. Let's move on. We have one more company witness, Evergy.
Yes, Judge. At this time, I would call to the stand Marisol Miller.
And Ms. Miller, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to present shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Marisol Miller. I work at 1200 Main Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Ms. Miller, did you cause to be filed in this case testimony, direct testimony in the Metro case, which I'll tell you has been pre-marked as Exhibit 58, direct confidential, 59, direct public, 60, your rebuttal, and 61, surrebuttal. And then in the Missouri West case, Exhibit 118, which is your direct testimony confidential, 119, your direct testimony public version. And I think that's it.
I did?
Do you have any corrections that you need to make to any of those testimonies?
I don't.
If I were to ask you the questions that are contained in those testimonies today, would your answers be the same, and are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Judge, with that, I would move for the admission of Ms. Miller's testimony in both of those cases.
Thank you. I will repeat the exhibit numbers for the record, and as is my habit, we'll combine them all into one question. Are there any objections to the admissions of exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, and those are related to the file number ending 0129, semicolon, or any objections to the admission of Exhibit 118 or 119 to the file ending in number 0130? Question mark, I'll repeat that question. Are there any objections? Hearing none, all of those aforementioned exhibits are admitted onto the hearing record.
With that, then I would move, or I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
And I believe Mr. Opitz is up.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Public counsel.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. That'll take us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Miller?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. The bench also has no questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. You are excused. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we are going to staff. Ms. Lange, please come on up. As you approach the stand, I will remind you, you have already testified and been sworn in, and that is still applicable today. Please go ahead and have a seat. Your witness.
We have already entered all of Ms. Lange's testimony, so I tender the witness for cross.
Public counsel is first on my list for any cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lange.
Good morning.
There's been much talk today about the staff proposal being mandatory. I want to make sure I understand staff's proposal clearly. Am I correct in understanding that staff is requiring every residential customer to use time of use rates for under all circumstances?
Staff's recommendation is to incorporate two time-related elements into each non-lighting, let me get the right names of the schedules, TRP or RTP rate structure. The effect of that would be that if you are a Evergy customer in Missouri, your rate will include a time-related element, yes.
Will customers be able to opt out of that time-related element if they were to switch to something like the average pay?
Well, the time-related element is still present in the average pay. It would be that you would, your bill under average pay is based on an averaging of your expected bills with a reconciliation or true-up. So yes, that element would still be present. The signal would be muted by the passage of time and the averaging effect.
Mr. Casely describes your proposal as a one-size-fits-all proposal. Is that a fair assessment?
Are you referring to the end-use rate elimination, or are you referring to the time variant rate structure elements, or both?
Let's take one after the other. Let's start with the time variant.
So under the time variant, well, it's probably easier to go in the other direction. So currently, Evergy West and Evergy Metro both have multiple rate schedules and rate codes available to similarly situated customers that charge those customers different rates based on certain end-use characteristics or how that customer states or stated in the past, which may not be followed up by the company, that they use energy. Those end-use characteristics are out of studies in the 90s or even earlier about the time that certain end uses tended to use energy. So staff's proposal is twofold. Staff's proposal, we recommend that the commission remove those end-use distinctions where end use was used as a surrogate for time of use when time-based metering was not economically available, and impose two rate structure elements that are related to time, which we think are A, good in and of themselves, in that they're cost-based, and B, in that they clean up some of that treatment between similarly situated customers that was in place under those end-use distinguished rates.
Following on to make sure I understand what the proposal is, as far as the time elements, am I correct in understanding that it is a summer on-peak premium of 1 cent for 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. and an off-peak discount of 1 cent from midnight to 6 a.m.?
That is true during the summer months, correct.
And during the winter months, it does not affect customers?
So during the winter months, the discount remains at 1 cent overnight. The premium that is incurred for charges during the day is 1/4 of a cent, not 1/4 of a cent.
So Evergy has made much about the lack of an impact here. My understanding is that staff did not feel comfortable recommending a higher differential due to a lack of communication, education with customers. Is that understanding correct?
No, staff and OPC, I think, are in substantial disagreement on this front. Staff's position is that at this time, based on our study of the relevant costs, these differentials represent the maximum amount that is a cost-based differential. That amount is likely to change as time goes on. I think energy markets, we're all learning things about the situation that's developing with the energy markets. At this time, staff's position is that that is the cost-based differential, and based on the determinants that we have studied for that cost-based differential, or based on the determinants that we have studied for the time periods that Evergy selected for its time of use designs, we cannot support a differential in excess of these differentials for the foreseeable future unless market conditions change.
If I understand what you said correctly, are you saying that Evergy's proposal does not use cost-based?
Evergy's proposal is not cost-based, correct? None of the opt-in time of use rates are cost-based.
So I appreciate that you disagree with the OPC regarding the education having an impact on the you have a disagreement with the OPC regarding the impact education had on the differential selection. But you do agree with OPC on the lack of significant or sufficient education for customers regarding time of use rates.
The position, let me refer to my testimony so that I don't misstate. I believe the position that I laid out, and I'm looking for the citation, is that given the agreements that Evergy made in the last case, and given their statements that they have followed through on those agreements, customers should be prepared for what staff is recommending here. And I have not done the sort of deep dive that Dr. Mark has, beyond those assertions, which I can locate if necessary, but if you'll take my word for it that they're in there, I'm sure it can be found for briefing.
I'm sure it's in there if you say it's there. I won't bother dragging it out. I believe when Mr. Casely was on the stand, he insinuated or suggested that the OPC has been claiming, and staff to that end, that company has been stonewalling regarding time of use rates, and he characterized that as hogwash. So just to help establish the facts, you were active in the last general rate case for Evergy, correct?
Correct.
And time of use rates was an issue in the last rate case, correct?
It was.
And staff's proposal was to implement time of use rates in the last rate case, correct?
It was a similar recommendation to this recommendation. I think the time periods may have been a little different. I think it was a 2-period, not a 3-period we were considering there, and I believe it was a 1-cent differential between those 2 time periods.
Would you agree with me that the OPC also supported time of use implementation in the last rate case?
I believe OPC supported. Could you ask that in more, I guess, could you ask that a little differently or with more detail? I think there were different options, but I'm a little fuzzy on who supported what.
You know what, I'm just not going to touch it, just so you don't have to worry about remembering it. Did the company file testimony in the last rate case regarding time of use?
I believe the company opposed staff's proposal in the last rate case. I don't recall at what point their high differential came in, if that was in their direct or rebuttal. I just don't recall. I do know that they had agreed in that rate case to file their recommended default time of use design in this case, and they failed to do so.
One of the questions that was asked by the bench to Mr. Casely was whether or not the proposal by staff, the default time of use rate, was revenue neutral. Is staff's proposal, or rather, I apologize, the question that was posed was what was the impact, and I believe the response was that it was revenue neutral. Do you agree that staff's proposal will be revenue neutral?
So the wild card is we don't know how customers will respond. But as the rates are designed in this case, as the overlays were designed in this case, the intent is that they would be revenue neutral as that applies to particular customer segments. If you look at staff's recommendation as a whole, which includes that elimination of the end-use rates, retention of the summer incline, decrease of the non-summer decline, as you move to how this will hit individual customers, first I'll deal with res and then move to CNI. I think that smaller usage customers will be able to see the savings from that overnight discount that may not currently be using enough energy to get into that decline. We were unable in this case to get the sort of hourly load information that we anticipated to be available with the AMI metering to do more customer-specific research on impacts. I did provide some tables in my direct testimony indicating the range of impacts that are possible if a customer used energy entirely off-peak, on-peak at various levels of usage and transitioning from various rate schedules. Moving to CNI, I think on a customer level, the expectation, how it will work. So the hours use design in place for CNI customers today is an outgrowth of a study done in the 90s that looked at the times at which customers used energy. And because hourly energy usage was not economically available for those customers, these time of use designs were introduced as a surrogate for that time of consumption information, in that it relates the monthly customer's peak to the energy consumed by that customers over the month. And some math is done that I'm happy to walk through, but I suspect most will not appreciate, to end up with how those declining blocks are applied. So in the example Mr. Casely gave of a restaurant, you know, as we move to a time variant element and off of a hours use element, as that hours use declines in importance due to the shift of revenue recovery to the hours, the time-based consumption portion, you know, customers aren't going to see a huge change because staff's design isn't dramatic. But customers who use energy on peak will pay a little bit more. Customers who use energy off peak will pay a little bit less. And it gets us away from that that no longer meaningful hours use design that I'm confident that if commercial, you know, if retail and restaurant type customers understood hours use design, I'm confident they wouldn't like that. And in part I say that because of past interventions in rate cases where they advocated against the current hours use design.
Evergy is currently proposing to include a promotional cost for each of its optional rates, including the optional TOU rate, correct?
That is my understanding of Ms. Winslow's testimony, correct?
And I believe either you or Ms. Winslow has testified that that would work out to about $150 per individual.
I believe her testimony is that Evergy is requesting to defer up to $150 per participant, but that $150 is determined by the company net of any savings realized by the company. And I'm not aware of any further detail on how that calculation would be done, who would do it, when they would do it. It appears from that testimony that the company's intent is that they would like the commission to find it prudent to lose more than $150 per TOU participant on their opt-in TOU rates.
And obviously, there isn't a similar promotional cost related to the default TOU staff is proposing, correct?
Staff is not proposing that the company spend $150 more than is saved for every Evergy customer, correct?
During the openings, I believe counsel for Evergy mentioned Puget Sound as a situation that's comparable to this one. Do you agree that well, first of all, are you familiar with the situation regarding Puget Sound?
I have some awareness of the situation, not heavy on the details.
To the extent that you know, do you believe it's a comparison, a viable comparison to the proposal before the commission here?
I think that two key differences are that the differentials that were reviewed that were present there were larger than staff is recommending here. And I think more importantly, that case was not preceded by the history with time of use rates that exist for Evergy. Now that I think about it, I think Evergy, KCPL, I believe, had time of use rates starting in 1979. I'm not aware if Puget Sound stretched back that far with time of use rates.
One of the items that was kind of discussed previously in other persons' testimonies concerned this idea that there might be some harm to individuals. Specifically, I think it was effectively low-income individuals related to time of use rates. Do you believe that the proposal being offered by staff in this case poses a threat to residential customers?
That, as I testified earlier, the differential staff found is the cost-based differential. I will say that having been at the staff and been at the commission before the hot weather rule was a thing, I was relieved at where the differential worked out, because the impact of this on customers, particularly seniors who may be in their homes, who may be concerned about running air conditioning, that is at the forefront of my mind. That is in part why the coupling of the end-use distinction proposal with the time of use allows some of that benefit of that winter decline to be preserved, to kind of give that safety cushion to customers in the summer. I'll put it this way. Staff's proposal causes no more concern for customers in those vulnerable situations than would the company's original rate request.
I'm sorry, when you say the company's original rate request, are you referring to their overall revenue request or their proposal for the optional time of use rate?
I'm referring to the overall rate request, and I haven't done the math down to the penny with where the stipulations came out, but effectively, what the company requested, if you had imposed the total company rate request on customers, I think staff would have the same level of concern about customers avoiding air conditioning and avoiding heating in vulnerable times, as is what is caused by the staff, or I should say the more or less agreed to revenue requirement, understanding there's still some components outstanding, plus or minus the staff differential.
Would the company's time of use proposal pose any potential threat to low-income individuals or general to residential customers?
So proposals like the company's proposal, whether on an opt-in or a mandatory basis, are not cost-based and are not good for, in the case of opt-in, the company's proposal is not good for non-participants, and in the case of default, the company's proposal would be bad. It would cause significant over-recovery or under-recovery, just depending on weather effects and other factors that are influencers on customers' consumption of energy. I truly cannot caution enough against either of the company's opt-in designs. There's basically three, I guess. None of those designs should be imposed on a default or mandatory basis.
I think you've mentioned cost base a couple of times. Would you agree with me that avoiding rates at the wholesale level would be the proper way to design rates?
Given where we are with Evergy's distribution system, given the opposite impact of capacity demands, given the opposite capacity position for Evergy West and Evergy Metro and the interest in ensuring some level of consistency between those two utilities for customer confusion purposes as well as the company's stated desires, I think the only thing we can really look at right now is the wholesale loss of energy adjusted to the appropriate voltage as the basis for a differential in the TOU rates.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. That takes us to Mr. Opitz.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. That'll take us to the company.
Yes, Judge, thank you very much. Ms. Lange, I was intrigued by one of your answers. and maybe I didn't understand it correctly, but did you testify that the staff has concluded that there is a 1 cent differential in cost between on-peak and off-peak in this state? Or here in our territory? Is that what you said? In answer to public counsel?
I apologize, it'll take me a minute to direct you to the actual number values. I printed my testimony 4 on a page to conserve paper, and
I don't know
turns out my eyes have declined.
You can give me those numbers, but I don't need to know the numbers, but is that what you were testifying to?
Well, I provided extensive testimony on the diurnal and seasonal and time period-based differentials.
Let's not get in the weeds. I'm just asking, are you saying there's only a difference in cost of 1 cent per kilowatt hour from on-peak to off-peak?
I'm confused how you would consider the statements that I made as getting into the weeds, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to, I didn't mean that pejoratively. I just want to keep it at a high level so we all understand. But is that what you were testifying to, that there's really only a 1 cent differential between on-peak and off-peak costs?
And if you'll give me a moment, I was about to read those exact values to you, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So there's a discussion in my CCOS direct testimony that begins at page 16. On pages 20, I graph the most extreme LMPs, differences that were established on a 24-hour schedule for the period during June 13th and 14th, when we saw some very extreme pricing events occur. Page 21, I provide the hour-weighted cost of energy by time period for summer and non-summer by utility and provide the cost causation. Page 22 continues those results and looks at whether there's a difference between weekends and weekdays. And these are using the time periods, and this is the important distinction that I think when you call it getting into the weeds. The question is, are you looking at over the course of the day, or are you looking at averages for time period and season, as is necessary in doing a rate design? Whether it's the company's design or the staff's design, both of them use the same time periods. And what those results indicated trying to find my number, I really printed too small.
Judge, could I hand Ms. Lange a larger copy
Yes.
of her testimony?
I think I found it, actually, right as you said that. It's at the bottom of page 18 to the top of page 19. It states, "We know that with very limited exceptions, energy costs for the customers of Evergy at wholesale range from between about negative 4 cents per kWh to about 17.5 cents per kWh, which each of those being an exceptional rarity." And then if you continue down to those tables that I discussed at page 21 through 20, you find what those ranges average out to. And they are in that range of plus 1 cent during the day in the summer, minus 1 cent during the overnight hours during the summer, minus 1 cent during the overnight hours in the non-summer, and plus a little bit less than a quarter of a cent during the on-peak, I finger quoted that for the benefit of the court reporter, hours in the winter.
Okay, so your analysis shows that there is not a great differential between on-peak and off-peak costs for the Evergy system. Is that what you're telling us?
Using the time periods Evergy has selected and recognizing that Evergy relies on a non-summer season that is 8 months in length and spans 3 seasons. That is correct.
Okay, if that is true, why would staff look to the future to increase the differentials if there's only a 1 cent differential between on-peak and off-peak?
I believe I testified moments ago that we don't expect that to change unless market conditions change or unless the manner in which Evergy builds out its distribution system or production facilities changes.
Okay, well, if there's not much difference between on-peak and off-peak costs, and you're trying to have rates based on costs, wouldn't time of use rates be a much ado about nothing?
Well, the intent is to capture the difference that does exist. And there are elements that staff has indicated it may be beneficial to incorporate in the future that merit further study that are intended to capture the cost causation of investments that increase distribution, transmission, or production capacity.
In your preparations for this case, did you happen to review the Brattle study that the company submitted on time of use rates?
Oh, which one? There's a lot of studies.
Well, the one I was actually talking about was February 18, 2021. It was prepared by, it was called Residential Rate Benchmarking and Market Research. Did you happen to look at that one?
That does little to refresh my recollection, sir.
I think it was, maybe this would help. It was also submitted, filed as a result of the 2016 GMO rate case stipulation. If you don't recall what that exact study is, let me just ask you.
Is that the one where you asked customers if they wanted mandatory high default TOU? Because I think in each of the studies, you've only asked about mandatory high differential TOU.
No, that wasn't the survey I was talking about. I was just
Okay.
talking about a Brattle study of time of use rates. Let me just ask you about a couple conclusions and ask if you agree or not. Do you agree that the design choice that most affects the impacts of time of use rates is the ratio of peak to off-peak prices?
I'm sorry, could you state that again?
Yeah, do you agree that the design choice that most affects the impacts of time of use rates is the ratio of peak to off-peak prices?
Without defining what impacts you're seeking, I can't answer that question.
If we define those impacts as consumers changing their behavior,
I would not choose that as impacts to study, sir.
you would not be interested in how TOU changes the behavior of customers?
Interested, yes, as a driver for design, not at this time, no.
So is it true that staff in designing your default rate was not really interested in designing a rate that would be designed to change customer behavior?
Staff's rate is designed to reasonably relate revenue recovery to cost causation. That may cause some customers to change their behavior, but we see no, we do not believe it's appropriate to punish customers for failing to change that behavior. We believe it's appropriate to charge customers rates based on cost.
Okay, so from your perspective, time of use rates are not really designed to move people from on-peak usage to off-peak usage. You just want to cover you want them to get charged rates that you believe are based on cost.
I'm sorry, which time of use rates? Your question was very vague, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm often vague. I'm talking about the staff's mandatory time of use proposal in this case.
Staff's time of use proposal is to introduce time-related elements to the default rate structure to better align cost causation and revenue recovery and to accomplish the elimination of discriminatory end-use rates.
And it's not to encourage customers to move their usage from on-peak to off-peak.
I expect that could be a latent benefit, but that is not the intended design, correct?
Would you expect, I know you have reviewed the company's optional time of use rates that have a 6-to-1 differential. If the commission adopted that 6-to-1 differential on a mandatory basis, which the company's not proposing that, right?
I hope not.
Nobody is, correct?
Some of Mr. Casely's testimony on that point was a little concerning this morning, so if that's the company's position that they're not, I appreciate that, because those would be a horrible design to impose on a system-wide basis.
I can stipulate, we're not in favor of mandatory time of use in this case, but let me ask you, if you did have a 6-to-1 differential, wouldn't that more likely to have an impact of having customers shift their usage from on-peak to off-peak?
I think that if you went with that differential, you would have customers deprived of energy.
And that's a good reason why you shouldn't mandate it on anybody, correct?
The company's designed time of use rates should be mandated on no one, correct?
Because customers can make the choice, they're in different situations than, one size does not fit all, right? You agree with that?
No, they're terribly designed rates that are not cost-based and that do not adequately mitigate the risks of bill impacts and overall revenue recovery.
So customers are in different situations, they use different energy differently, correct? You don't disagree with that?
Different situations than what?
Your one neighbor is different from the next neighbor.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that despite the fairly widespread availability of various forms of time of use rates across most states, enrollment in time of use rates is still very low nationwide?
I agree that opt-in rates tend to be selected by those who will benefit from self-selection.
And do you agree that only a few utilities have substantial participation, say above 10% in time of use rates?
This gets a good question as to what you include as time of use. I think that there are utilities that have default demand charges, which may be on-peak demand charges. For example, a number of the cooperatives in Missouri have a demand element of residential customer bills that is time-related. So to me, that is a time of use rate. That's where we just have to be very careful with the terminology. So in answer to your question, I think there are companies with 100% in Missouri, time-based, time of use, if you will, enrollment. As to nationwide on various designs of that, I can't speak reliably.
So you're saying that there are some rate structures that have time elements related to it, and if you define that to be time of use, then maybe you do have companies that have a substantial portion of their customers on time of use rates?
Yes.
Okay, if you define time of use rates a little differently and indicate that you have different periods with different energy rates based upon the time of the day, and perhaps even define it as on-peak and off-peak, would you agree that that kind of a time of use rate is, there are very few utilities that have a substantial participation in time of use rates?
I haven't had the luxury of time to study these sorts of things, and I haven't seen reliable, non-biased information that I would rely on for this case to assert that's true or false.
Okay. And if the Brattle study said that, you don't have any information that would contradict that? Because you haven't studied it, right?
I'm sorry, there were a number of pronouns in that question. Could you run it by me in a smaller truck, as my dad would say?
In a smaller truck? I was just, since you haven't looked at it on a nationwide basis, you couldn't contradict what a Brattle study would say that.
Objection. Ms. Lange has stated that she's not familiar with the study.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question then, sure. Would you agree that most time of use rates are offered on an opt-in basis?
No, I think in Missouri, there's a number of electric utilities that have a on-peak demand element that is default for their customers.
Okay. And that's, you're talking about the overall rate structure rather than a tariff that was entitled like time of use rates.
Well, that's staff's proposal in this case, is to implement these elements into its overall rate structure. So yes, analogous to staff's recommendation, I'm aware of a number of electric utilities, or I'm sorry, electric cooperatives that have that on-peak demand charge as the default rate structure for their customers without the ability to opt out.
As far as the investor-owned ones in this state, there's not a mandate, well, I guess Ameren has your 1 cent differential, is that right?
We were able to work productively with both Ameren and Liberty to implement similar recommendations to this in both of their service territories. That's correct, sir.
Okay. Did you happen to hear the testimony of Mr. Casely about the J.D. Power analysis?
To be honest, I did not pay great attention to that. I was here. It was a rather lengthy testimony, so I don't know that I got all of the details, sir.
I appreciate that. You don't have any reason to disagree with what he said there, right?
To be blunt, given the liberties that Mr. Casely took with other portions of his testimony, yes, I do. And that I would not rely on his representations.
Would you agree that you would expect a lower customer savings for a rate that was on a 1 cent differential compared to, say, a 6-to-1 differential if you moved your usage from peak to off-peak?
For that customer, I'm sorry, I need you to define the question a little better.
Well, if I was wanting to move my dishwasher usage from the on-peak period to the off-peak period, would I get a greater savings on a time-of-use rate that had a 6-to-1 differential than the one like the staff is proposing, a 1 cent differential per kWh?
All else being equal, and if you could make that movement, yes, your customer bill would be reduced in the immediate time period, which would translate to company revenue loss over the time period, which would then be re-implemented into your bill as an increase to the overall rate in a future rate case.
Okay.
So that's, the temporal aspect matters a lot there.
It's my understanding that the staff did not complete a full cost of service study in this case, is that right?
Are we broaching into issues that are subject to a pending settlement? I think that my answer to that question will impact the ability of staff to finalize the pending settlement.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't want to do that. I'm just asking, I thought that's what you said on page 3 of your direct testimony.
If you are, I would suggest you tread lightly, given the pending settlement. I will defer to what was in my pre-filed testimony.
Well, okay, one of the issues that's not part of that testimony or part of that stipulation is customer service charge, is that right?
Oh, man, maybe we couldn't have settled that then.
Did we settle it?
No, we did. I suppose ask your question, what happens, happens, sir.
Well, Judge, I don't want to do anything to disrupt our settling issues here. And if that's the possibility, I'll withdraw that question. Ms. Lange, have you seen that J.D. Power survey that Mr. Casely talked about?
I do my best to avoid reading J.D. Power surveys.
Okay, so you haven't seen it.
That's what I thought I just said.
I just want to go back to where we started. Is it staff's testimony that there is only a 1 cent differential in costs in Missouri between peak and off-peak times?
So on a given day, a higher differential.
Objection. I think Ms. Lange has already answered this question.
She has. However, I'm certainly interested in maybe one more do-over of the explanation. So I'm going to allow that. I think that would be beneficial for the record. If I could, nope, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is where you have to look at averages versus literal peaks. So, and I will use, frankly, made-up numbers for this explanation to defer to the actual numbers that are contained in my testimony. On a given day in the SPP, it wouldn't surprise me so today, I haven't been outside since 6:30 this morning. Is it, I'm guessing it's in the mid-80s? So today, with it being in the mid-80s, we might hit a peak of, I'll make up the number, of $50 a megawatt hour this afternoon. Overnight, with it being somewhat mild, customers running the air conditioning, but it not being, unseasonably mild, if you will, I would say it wouldn't surprise me if overnight we were in the neighborhood of $10, okay? So that is for today, from the highest of the high to the lowest of the low, a 4-cent differential. However, no one is proposing hour-by-hour pricing, other than in the RTP tariff, I suppose. But what we're looking at are time periods. And so if I took that average from, again, let me make sure I don't give you the wrong numbers here. If I took that average price from 4 p.m. today to 8 p.m. today, we might see an average in the neighborhood of, I don't know, $25, $30 per megawatt hour. And if I took that average from midnight to 6 a.m., we would probably see something like $10. So that is 20 cents above and 10 cents below. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The difference of that 25 to 30 down to the 10 is 20 cents, correct? 30 minus 10 is 20. But you've got to remember we have that time period in there which isn't subject to either time structure or time-based rate structure. And so if we call that price is, say, an average of $20, then here today, during the summer, we're looking at where the average price for that 4 to 8 o'clock period is about a cent higher than it is outside that period. And the average price of that midnight to 6 a.m. period is about a cent lower.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Let's move to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Lange?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Chairman.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. The bench does have a few questions. Your proposal differentiates by the total amount. And what I mean to ask is, why does it make sense for the over-under to be 15 million and not 14 million or 16 million? I have up to 15 million is treated one way.
This is the area that is subject to the pending settlement.
Awesome, we'll move on.
And I guess I'll ask to be corrected if wrong. My understanding is that the settlement was to resolve class cost of service studies and revenue allocations. So if I misunderstood that,
That certainly could be. I don't have the questions organized by subtopic.
Fair.
They're by witness, so
I'll do my best to,
thank you. I appreciate it. Would you respond to Mr. Casely's testimony? On one point, he testified that following staff's proposal would make customers accustomed to a 1 cent differential, and it would thereafter be difficult to change that or change the behavior that might come from an understanding of a 1 cent differential. Do you think that's true?
I think that a lot of customers won't be aware of the 1 cent differential, which, to be clear, is actually a 2 cent differential in the summer and a cent and a quarter differential in the non-summer. I don't see, I don't agree with Mr. Casely that that is a cause of concern. Right now, customers are accustomed to no differential. I think that how the company implements its education and marketing out of this case is an important factor in how well this does or doesn't work. I think that properly educated customers are properly educated customers. I think that poorly marketed to customers might remember a slogan or an ad, but may not get a lot of information out of it. So if the company coming out of this case puts out ads that say, use energy whenever you want, it doesn't make a difference, then that's what customers will take away. So I'm not sure if that fully answered your question.
I think what I'm stumbling on is the common perception that time of use rates are to solve somewhat of a regulatory issue. I would draw the example of airport. Before deregulation, there was talk about having airplanes take off at 1 a.m. because the airport just sits there unused. And it makes higher seat prices for all of the people flying because they all want to fly during the day. And gosh darn it, if we just have people fly during the night, we would level that out. I want to differentiate that common understanding from the very detailed work that you did in studying this and setting that up and looking at the averages over blocks of time.
That clarification is helpful. So that phenomenon that you're referring to is called peak shaving and valley filling. So under staff's proposal, I know I've been keeping my eye on the Rivian availability. You know, if you have that ability to charge your EV a little bit later, I think customers will be aware of that and will charge their EV a little bit later. And if they have to charge it in the afternoon, it's not going to break the bank. I think that under the staff proposal, if a customer remembers to turn on their dishwasher at a certain time and might save $3 or $4 a month, that is a choice they can make. That is not the, those are latent benefits of staff's proposal. Staff's recommendation is to align cost causation with revenue recovery. And if that cost causation had indicated a greater differential was necessary, I don't think staff would have gone that far in this case, because we're also tempering that with customer abilities to modify their energy usage and customer reception to big swings in how they're billed for their electricity. So, you know, I think I have somewhere in testimony that there's two approaches. One is to try to make big changes from a few customers, and one is try to make small changes from a lot of customers. Frankly, these rates probably won't make changes from customers, but they'll start to get that information out there, and it will also get us the billing determinants for these time periods that are necessary to do any sort of further work in this arena.
Is your approach, is your time of use calculations based on cost of service, is that approach unique?
It's not unique in Missouri, and I'll struggle. Dr. Faruqi was the Ameren consultant who fought us tooth and nail on a very similar proposal in their rate case. And the last I heard from Dr. Faruqi, he was on the speaker circuit touting how this was a great way to implement time of use rates. It's cost-based, it's moderate, it gives customers a feel for things.
I'm wanting to know if your cost of, the cost of service approach seems to be more pointed to the company, that this will be revenue neutral and through accounting, we can back up these numbers. But my question is it lacking on the customer side?
No, and I'm glad you phrased it that way. I'm following you now, and it's a very good concern. So if what we're looking at is wholesale cost of energy, which we are, that is the same whether it's from the perspective of the customer or the perspective of the utility. So if I right now go home and turn on my electric smoker, it is going to cost my electric provider dollar for dollar the kWh I consumed grossed up for losses. If I go home and unplug my freezer at midnight, which I don't recommend anyone do, it is going to save my electric provider dollar for dollar. So the cost causation and the revenue responsibility are aligned between the customer and the company on the issue of wholesale energy costs. There is a disparity there if you start getting into distribution cost recovery, and given the RTO in which Evergy participates, if you start getting too far down the capacity road. The way I would look at it is the cost literally avoidable and purely variable? And at this time, the only cost that is literally avoidable and purely variable, that is a component of the electric bill, is that wholesale cost of energy. It's one for one, once you adjust for losses, customer to company.
I'd also like to make sure I'm separating issues in my mind. The summer heat wave request from energy companies, everybody do your laundry at night, the time of use or the peak and off-peak, the same terms that we're using there don't really apply here because those are very specific movements from a peak usage to off-peak?
Yes and no. So the example you gave during the summer, I would expect there to be pretty good alignment with these time periods. We may be getting some into that 2 o'clock time period that isn't covered by this peak. Certainly the midnight period, you might actually see some of those utility things saying do it after 10 o'clock or something. So that would put you in the non-peak but not super off-peak period under this design. During the non-summer months, particularly during the winter seasonal months, what you're saying is very accurate. That is a concern that staff would like to address going forward. But to leverage the existing company time periods, we did not address this in this case, and that's the issue that for Evergy during the true winter periods, you do see a spike in usage that occurs in the mid-morning hours and in the early afternoon hours. Early evening hours.
So circling back around, I do not want to include customer-owned utilities, the co-ops.
Sure.
Or the cities. In Missouri and nationwide, the utilities, the IOUs that have investor-owned utilities is IOUs that have a time of use rate, do you have a sense of how many use a cost of service calculation similar or the same as yours versus either some other type of methodology?
I'm most familiar with the Missouri investor-owned utilities. The designs that are in place for the default rate structures for Ameren and for Liberty are very similar to this design. Those are each 2-period. In this case, we moved to a 3-period to accommodate a larger differential than there would be appropriate under a 2-period. And that's in response to some concerns that commissioners seem to raise in those cases in interest of a larger differential. Those 2 utilities also have various opt-in time-based rate structures. They are not identical. Some are similar, some are dissimilar to those proposed by Evergy. My understanding is at Ameren, there are a lot more customers on the low differential rate than there are on the opt-in rates. Evergy, I think, is mid-deployment. I don't have numbers from, I'm sorry, not Evergy. Empire is mid-deployment. I don't have numbers on Empire Liberty on that deployment at this time. Nationwide, I frankly focus on Missouri.
So when staff was assisting in setting up that rate structure, staff used a cost of service approach?
In those cases, staff did studies similar to were done in this case. We also, in those cases, looked at distribution system utilization. We did not put a cap on the differential that existed on those cases. We found that the range of differential we were comfortable with from a customer impact perspective was well within the range of cost-based. So we describe those as a movement towards cost-based, and I think that that's an accurate characterization.
Would you achieve a similar outcome where you are just moving towards a cost-based if staff looked at if there is a lower cost of production at night, to then move the opt-in time of use customers closer to that cost of service by giving them a lower rate, but not increasing anybody else's. So we figure out the whole ball of wax, come up with, here's what everybody's rate is under the normal traditional. And then if you want to opt in, you just get the discount and just for the lower cost of production. But I don't know if the cost of production is lower.
I follow what you're saying. So the production cost and the wholesale energy cost under a utility that operates like Evergy are synonymous. Does
Because they
that answer
sell
your
it to
question?
SPP?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate the education. Stay right there. Don't move. We're going to go through recross examination. It is 11:36. I'm just stating that for everyone's edification. Recross staff witness is Mr. Kleiser.
Really quick, there was questions about moving to a cost-based system. It's staff's intent with a cost-based system to send a clear price signal to customers, correct?
Mitigated by customer impact, revenue stability, bill stability, and a list of 7 to 12 items that I enunciate in my testimony, correct?
But you would at least agree that it's important to try and send a clear price signal to customers? Where possible?
Where possible, yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Next, I have Mr. Opitz.
No, thank you, Judge.
The company?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Lange, if I understood your testimony to the judge, you were saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that staff's TOU default rates are not expected to make changes in customers' behavior or something to that effect?
I stated it could be a latent benefit, but that wasn't the driving design criteria.
Okay, if the commission wants to encourage consumers to make behavior changes and move their usage from on-peak to off-peak, would you agree the commission would not adopt the staff's TOU default rate?
No, I believe the staff would adopt the staff's default rate and would incorporate in a future case a critical peak pricing element or a on-peak demand charge.
Why would you do that if you only have a 1 cent differential between peak and off-peak?
Why would you do things to accomplish the thing you stated was the goal? I'm confused by your question.
I'll withdraw the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thank you, Ms. Lange. You are excused. Oh, gosh. Yes, staff for redirect.
So let's start with questions from OPC. You discussed with Mr. Kleiser how end-use distinctions have acted as a surrogate for time of use rates. Could you explain that?
Sure. I believe in my surrebuttal, I pulled some information from some cases that occurred in the 90s with Evergy. And what occurred in those cases is that the company, industrial staff got together and looked at overall load shapes for various classes, for various end uses, and allocated and assigned costs out to those. And then they sat down and looked at determinants and they said, what rate structures and rate designs can we get that achieve those results for individual customers without having cost-effective hourly measurements? Similarly, I think that the legacy all-electric space heating, other end-use rates were developed by making assumptions about when those customers used energy based on, at the time, electric resistance heating would have been prevalent, which is very different operationally from air-to-air and ground source heat pumps that are a prevalent source of electric heating today. And they said, okay, where would we make block breakpoints and what would we set the block amounts at to do a declining rate that approximates for individual customers the cost we've allocated to these time-based hourly class loads. All of that was done because we did not have cost-efficient metering. All of the studies that you see from RAP or other sources that may say, if you're going to do time of use, if you're going to pay for AMI and the systems to support EMI to do time of use, you need to make sure that you're getting the bang for your buck with that meter investment and customer system investment. We already have that. At this point, we can move towards cost-based rates. We don't need to use those end-use surrogates. We don't need to look at, are we going to induce massive changes, you know, plus or minus $150 loss per customer, to make it economical to install AMI metering and the associated billing systems. We have it. Let's do it.
You just mentioned, and I believe you also mentioned it in response to a question from OPC, the proposal from Evergy, their opt-in TOU comes with a request to defer losses of over $150 per participating customer. Will non-participants be affected by that as well?
Yes, and since it is a net proposal, you know, you were saying that Evergy is prepared to spend $150 more than it saves, and saves is in quotation marks because we don't know how they're going to measure that, for each customer they would add on TOU service, on one of their opt-in designs. So if you think about the idea of, well, it doesn't hurt to have these out there, because if customers benefit, they benefit. Well, A, that benefit gets made up by everybody else when you get to the next rate case. But B, Evergy's proposal is to recoup or to spend more than $150 to experience a cap, in quotation marks, of $150 loss per participant. So we can't even say in this case, well, you know, we'll give it a try if customers opt into it because it benefits their existing usage patterns, you know, so much the better for them. You know, that's inapplicable in this case because of that $150 per customer net loss request.
Also, in response to OPC, you discussed hours use. Is staff's TOU proposal relatively easier to understand than the determination of a given customer's hours use?
I have struggled to walk customers through hours use calculations. Yes, this is infinitely easier, and importantly, I think Mr. Lutz acknowledged this morning that staff's time of use rate structure is compatible with the current net metering statute. An area that we've really seen customer issues has been commercial customers who install solar, and it disrupts their hours use profile. What comes to mind is a laundromat. They generated a ton during the day. They still ran their machines out flat during the night because that was their consumption pattern. And so even though that customer was better for the system to start with, from a valley filling, load shaving perspective, because their peak was at night, under the hours use structure, they paid just as much as if their peak had been during the day. This would at least give that customer the benefit of that usage at night occurring at a discount. And so I think that this time of day you use energy, it costs a penny more. This time of day you use energy, it costs a penny less, is a lot easier for customers to understand than if you flip on this machine the same time as that machine, it's going to change what you pay for energy last month, even if you use the exact same amount as you did a month ago.
Now, moving on to questions you received from counsel from Evergy. You were asked if the company's proposed 6-to-1 TOU differential rate would result in greater savings to customers. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
How would that rate affect low-income customers?
Well, it's tough to make generalizations about exactly how customers use energy and when they use it. To the extent that those customers are unable to shift usage significantly, they would pay a lot more. To the extent that customers self-select in because they're going to save money, and company looks to recoup that money in the next rate case, all customers will pay more to make up for the discounts provided to those customers who self-select in.
There was a lot of discussion about there being no one-size-fits-all rate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And a utility will always have a default rate, is that correct?
Yes, that's a little bit of a strange situation with Evergy because they have these end-use rates in which similarly situated customers currently pay different rates based on some archaic definitions and based on the company's decision to follow up or not follow up on current appliance installations in the customers' homes.
So if there is no one-size-fits-all rate and there will always be a default rate, what should the goal be of a default rate?
Well, you want the default rate to be cost-based, and you want it to align cost causation with revenue responsibility to the extent it's practical to do so. In the past, that's been done through declining block in most of the months, inclining block in certain months for certain utilities, and that was as a surrogate for the assumption about when customers would use energy and when they would hit those block breakpoints related to that time of use.
Would staff recommend rate differential change if the defined peak and off-peak periods were altered?
Yes, the idea is just to simply do the math and then make reasonable judgments about what is appropriate for customers. So these are the appropriate, these being the plus or minus 1 cent in the summer, minus 1 cent plus 1/4 cent in the non-summer. These are the values that fall out of the time period selected by the company.
And would your answer be the same if the defined seasons were altered?
Yes, and I think that's really something we need to look at. You know, the non-summer season is they call it winter in their tariff, but it's not. It's 8 months long, and there's definitely different LMP activity and different system utilization occurring during true winter months versus the shoulder periods of spring and fall.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Now you are dismissed, Ms. Lanky. Thank you.
Judge, I have a question. Judge?
Yes,
Judge,
yes, Commissioner Holzman, go ahead.
Just a real brief question. In the redirect from the company, you made a comment that essentially impugned Mr. Casely's veracity as a witness. And I want to know if that comment stems from just a general disagreement of a perspective on issues, or are you suggesting in that comment that you have knowledge of intentional misleading information presented in the proceeding?
I would have a very different takeaway from the utility's reception to stakeholder input on the time of use, marketing, and education discussions than what was represented by Mr. Casely. I can recall a number of meetings where staff voted outright disagreement, and what I heard Mr. Casely say this morning is very inconsistent with that recollection.
Would you suggest that that recollection is to the best of his knowledge for the information that he provided, or again, are you suggesting that it was intentionally misleading?
I'm without knowledge as to Mr. Casely's knowledge, and I apologize that I can't give you a better answer than that.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. While we're there, any other commissioner questions? Okay, let's circle back around. We'll do the recross and redirect. Mr.
No
Kaiser.
questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Company.
Ms. Langley, you've been around the commission a long time. Would you agree that there are often times we have disagreements about views of the facts or whatever? And That's what the commission does, is resolve those issues.
Sorry, could you state that again?
That's all right. I'll withdraw it. Thank you, Judge. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Redirect.
No questions.
Thank you, Ms. Aslan. You are excused, Ms. Lange. I could use some help counting. I have Dr. Mark as a witness. I see Mr. Brubaker in the crowd, but I am not aware if he will be testifying. Ms. Plessia, are you on our WebEx? And Mr. Opitz, Ms. Mayani?
She's available to testify via WebEx. So she's on the list, yes, sir.
Right, but you said available. You mean scheduled? She
She's
is going-
scheduled,
Okay.
yes.
Sorry, I thought we were diverting. Okay. I have 9 minutes till noon, and I suspect we will have Does everyone think that we can get Dr. Mark done in 10 minutes? Let's go ahead and go to lunch. We are at recess. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. We are off the record.
Hi, Mrs. Mayani, are you there? Can you hear me?
He's testing me. I'm going to hang up, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
I can hear you now, I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Great. Okay, and will you be showing us the camera or no?
No, no.
Okay. Okay, very good. That's all I wanted to make sure you could hear us and we could hear you while we had a break. Thank you.
That sounds great. Thank you for doing so.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, let's come to order and go back on the record. The time for our noon meal having expired. Again, we're in the middle of testimony on September 7th, a Wednesday, in the Evergy general rate cases ending in file numbers 0129 and 0130 relative to, respectively, Evergy, Missouri Metro and Evergy, Missouri West. The next party on my list for witnesses is the Office of the Public Counsel. Subject to correction, Dr. Mark, come on up. As Dr. Mark makes his way to the stand, I will remind him that he has already been sworn in, and that is still applicable today. Go ahead and have a seat, and Mr. Kleiser.
Dr. Mark's testimony has already been offered and accepted, and I therefore tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, sir, and Ms. Aslan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Evergy has referenced today multiple surveys expressing their customers' thoughts on time of use rates. Is it possible that those results of that survey or any survey can be skewed based on how the question is asked?
Absolutely.
Would that be a concern here?
Yes.
Do you know if in these surveys that Evergy was asking its customers how they felt about staff's proposed time of use rates or its own high differential time of use rates?
So to be clear, I mean, there's a number of different surveys, a number of different studies that we're talking about. For Evergy specific surveys that have been included in this rate docket, there are no examples where customers were explicitly asked about staff's rate design.
You had mentioned a lot of the studies that have been mentioned here today. Are you familiar with those, specifically maybe the Brattle study or the J.D. Power?
I'm familiar with all of them.
And do you have concerns with the results of those studies?
I do. So I listened to Mr. Casely earlier today. I went and left the courtroom and got a copy of the study that was filed in ER-2022-0329 and 0350, which was the rate design docket. I looked at what for one example was customer satisfaction, and I'll read verbatim from that study. Customer satisfaction under time of use remains high, either opt-in or opt-out. The majority of customers who started and also completed time of use pilots expressed a high level of satisfaction in their experiences with the new rates and continued taking service under the rate after the study ended, provided such opportunities were available. The study also included a list of studies that had already been done, customer research that had been conducted in this case. In that same docket, we filed comments that listed, I believe, 12 studies at the time, and more studies have been added. So there have been a number of rate design studies that looked at the economics behind this. There have been customer surveys and customer information. There has been studies that have looked at empirical, like a literature review of other states. We have data galore. I mean, like, we've got so many studies over this 8-year period, roughly, that we're talking about. Brattle, who's one of the biggest proponents of time of use rates, I know Ms. Lange spoke about the economist Faruqi. He listened to any conversation that he has. I mean, overwhelmingly, he'll talk about how why, or the frustration of not being able to utilize time of use rates. So I would disagree with his characterization.
When you say you would disagree with his characterization, are you referring to Mr. Casely or Mr. Faruqi?
Mr. Casely.
Thank you. As an employee of the Office of Public Counsel, do you speak with utility customers?
I do.
And have you heard concerns from customers of Evergy or any other Missouri utility, Ameren or Empire, concerning time of use rates, customers having concerns?
I have not.
No further questions.
This seems like a good time to inquire of Ms. Plesia. If she is on the WebEx, if she could please speak up. This is for the Midwest Industrial Electric Consumers Group.
We could do.
Okay, we will go on. Mr. Opitz, your opportunity for cross.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
And the company.
No, thanks, Judge.
Are there any commissioner questions for Dr. Mark? Hearing.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. The bench also has no questions. I think, yes, redirect.
Although I don't know that I have very much in the way of redirects. You were asked a question regarding the Brattle study by counsel for staff, do you recall?
Yes.
And you mentioned the list of studies in that study. I want to
Yes.
make sure I understood that correctly. So the study has a list of studies.
The study has a list of studies, and that's on page 33 and 34.
And that substantiates the OPC's position regarding the number of studies that have been performed.
There are studies that are missing from the Brattle study, but yes, it would be in excess of double digits.
Yeah, it's never one.
You were asked a question regarding surveys by counsel for staff, do you recall?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on the information that you've seen, do you feel like there is a disinclination to move towards default time of use rates from customers?
In the surveys? Or in general?
In general.
No.
All right. I have no further redirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. You're excused.
I'm not sure of the order. I have two more witnesses. We do have one available now with her counsel. Would Mr. Opitz like to go ahead and proceed with Ms. Mayani? Let's take a,
Yeah, we can proceed with her.
Okay.
That's fine.
And
Kavita, can you hear me? Are you ready if we go now?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
excellent. I'll go ahead and swear Ms. Mayani in. If you would be so kind, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Opitz?
Ms. Mayani, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Kavita, spelled K as in kite, A, V as in Victor, I-T-A. And the last name is Maini, spelled M as in Michael, A as in Apple, I as in India, Nancy, India. Maini.
And where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm the principal and sole owner of KM Energy Consulting, so I'm just an independent consultant.
Did you prepare pre-filed testimony in these cases that has been pre-marked as exhibits 403, your direct testimony in ER-2022-0130, 404, your direct testimony that was filed in ER-2022-0130, ER-2022-0129, 405, which was your rebuttal testimony filed in ER-2022-0130, 406, which was your rebuttal testimony filed in ER-2022-0129, 407, which was your surrebuttal testimony filed in ER-2022-0130, and 408, which was your surrebuttal testimony filed in ER-2022-0129.
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions in those documents today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And the information contained therein is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, that's true. Yes, correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer MEC Exhibits 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, and 408 into the record.
You've heard the motion. Are there any objections to the admission of the 6 exhibits of Ms. Mayani? Hearing no objections, it's so admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. That will take us to staff,
No questions.
Office of Public Counsel,
No questions, thank you.
Evergy.
No, thank you, Judge.
Are there any commissioner questions for this witness? All right, hearing none, the bench also has no questions. And now I think Ms. Mayani is excused. Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the time to be here and for submitting your testimony.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you.
And for those unfamiliar with the process, Ms. Mayani submitted a pre-filed written testimony, which is why her oral testimony could be so short. Let's move to our last witness of the day. I'd like to ask our WebEx attendees if Ms. Plushia is on WebEx. Let the record reflect that the judge's staff is looking through and not locating anybody by that name. I'd like to let the parties know, Mr. Brubaker is in the room. He has submitted testimony in this case. Ms. Plushia emailed the presiding officer and requested to appear by WebEx and to waive her opening statements this morning, indicating to me that she would join us later on. It might appear that we're moving more quickly than she anticipated. So I'm opening this up to the parties. I understand that we do have counsel in the room who would be willing to assist with the adoption of Mr. Brubaker's testimony. By that, I took it to mean asking the correct questions on direct.
Yeah, Your Honor, this is Tim Opitz, MECG. Since Mr. Brubaker has traveled here, I would volunteer to ask his direct questions so that the commissioners or the bench may ask him questions that they may have.
I don't want to speak for the commissioners. The bench doesn't have any questions. All I'm trying to get at is, does anybody have any cross for Mr. Brubaker, or should we just make a motion for his testimony? I think we'll go ahead and call him up.
Judge, from the company's perspective, we don't have any cross.
The OPC, I do not believe, has cross prepared.
Staff doesn't have any cross.
I'd like to ask the commissioners, are there any commission questions if we called Mr. Maurice Brubaker, or Morris? Hearing none, I'm taking that as a no. I would take a motion to enter Mr. Brubaker's testimony into evidence. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I would make that motion, and I believe MIEC's exhibits are 600. Is that correct? I guess if I'm offering it, would it need to be an MECG number?
No.
No? Okay.
Well, let's keep it the way it is, the numbering it
Okay.
is. I just would like it in the record.
Sure.
I don't have a number. Can somebody with faster electronic skills, and then I'll read off the numbers for the record?
I've got 600 through 649 as MIEC, according to the order.
Okay.
So, I guess for the record, I would offer the direct testimony of Morris Brubaker as Exhibit 600. I'd offer the rebuttal testimony of Morris Brubaker as Exhibit 601. And I'd offer the surrebuttal testimony of Morris Brubaker as 602.
The bench is pausing for a second. I do not have a number on the exhibit. Yes, I do not have an exhibit number on the exhibit. We will take your numbers 600, 601, 602.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. After a great pause and a little discussion, are there any objections to the admission of exhibits 600, 601, and 602, which have been assigned to the various testimonies of Mr. Brubaker? Any objections to the admission of his pre-file testimony?
No objection, Judge.
Hearing none, it is so admitted. Thank you, Mr. Brubaker, for being here. Occasionally, with the schedules and the ever-changing situation, sometimes these things happen. But I do appreciate you making the trip. It's really hard to see yourself off screen and keep your concentration. I believe we are at the end of today's issues. Anyone wish to correct me? Okay. Are there any announcements before we adjourn before 3 o'clock?
One, very briefly, I have sent out an email requesting parties if there's interest in waiving the cross of Dr. Jeff Mark for tomorrow. I have not heard back from all parties, so I will hold off on formalizing that request for the bench. But as it currently stands, I am hoping to request the bench waive cross of waive cross of Dr. Mark for tomorrow's issue on street lighting.
Okay, that is a good announcement. Thank you very much. Tomorrow is Thursday. Just to review, on my updated list, tomorrow's has 3 issues. The first is rate base with company witness Messamore and Sierra Club witness Glick. And then we have a second issue, resource planning, same 2 witnesses. And then we have street lighting which will lead into my next announcement. Street lighting, which has 3 witnesses, witness Lutz, witness Carter from St. Joseph, and then Dr. Mark.
We will waive all cross of witness Mark tomorrow. I don't know if you're waiting on me. I don't know if you checked emails, John.
No, I haven't gotten the final verification. I just wanted to bring to the commission's attention. I have not gotten final verification. I just wanted to bring to the commission's attention that that was my intention, so I didn't spring it on the commission tomorrow.
I appreciate the heads up. That is not a question that we're going to ask tonight, just to be clear. I do want to ask about the street lighting issue.
Judge, I've been told that Ms. Lange should also be on the witness list for street lighting.
Yes, it was in the email, and I was so busy, I only wrote the correction for the one day. Thank you. Still on my second announcement, street lighting. All of the council and myself have been copied on an email last sent at 12:02. Mr. Steinmeier just is wanting to confirm that his witness, whose only availability is the afternoon, will be able to appear tomorrow afternoon. I think what he's wanting to know is if we finish issues 1 and 2 in before lunch, that we do go ahead and take lunch and come back at 1.
The OPC has no problem holding over the witness till afternoon.
I'm just waiting for objections. That sounds good. Okay. I will email Mr. Steinmeier and copy everyone. That takes care of my announcements. One last call. Any announcements for tomorrow, Thursday? Okay, we have our assignments. Go forth, and I will see you here at 8. Yes, let's keep the same time. 8:30 a.m. Tomorrow. Thank you all. We are off the record.